Do we start at 12:30 or 1?
And you should have gotten a pop-up on your screen saying this meeting is being live streamed. It's also in the upper left-hand corner of your Zoom screen. It says live on YouTube.
Yes.
And then if you click on YouTube, you can also copy the streaming link. Yep. And I strongly recommend, please don't stop the Zoom if you take breaks or anything, because if you close or stop the Zoom, it will disconnect the link to YouTube.
Okay.
So just keep your Zoom on. When you're done with your final review at, I believe it's going to be 5 o'clock, you can close your Zoom and it will automatically stop the YouTube live stream as well. So you don't need to do anything extra.
Okay, that sounds perfect.
Thank
Thank you, Naomi. And will this link, it will be the same that the record part that it will be saved in YouTube? So someone that is not alive can watch this later?
Correct. It is automatically archived on YouTube on our YouTube channel 1.
Okay.
Yep.
I can tell you what it is.
The same link. Yep.
Great.
And I'll be popping in and out of your review on Zoom and some others to take screenshots.
Do you want the schedule to know what time is?
Yes, that would be lovely. And Catherine is also going to come and take pictures in person.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to send you, if you wait a minute, I'm going to send you here. I can share it. Okay.
Do you know who will be joining on Zoom?
So finally, anyone is joining in Zoom, but we wanted to have it recorded and we wanted to have it in YouTube. So
Yeah.
we are doing presentations with the computer, so we thought it was worth it to keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, so final review. Let me download this really fast. Oh, well, I can share with you. Print. Final sketch. Okay, I think it's going to be faster if I invite you to the document.
Oh, I need to make you a host again. Sorry.
Oh,
Your host. Maybe that helps.
it's Naomi King. It's N King too, no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let me know if you have received in your email the invitation inbox to a PDF, and there you have the time and the people.
Okay.
If not, I have it here too. And just in case, I'm going to put it here too.
Yes, I am opening it up right now.
Okay, and I send it here in the PDF is here in the YouTube too. So
Great. All right. Wonderful.
okay, thank you so much.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Naomi.
Bye.
Okay, Erica. Erica, Haley.
Okay, ready?
Your presentation.
My presentation is in.
And also Megan and Queen, where is your presentation?
I already downloaded mine.
What is your presentation?
It's in the download folder.
Okay, yours is here. Proposal, Erica.
Yeah, final.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
I like your first image.
Okay, here, course material.
I didn't put that image in the intro, Erica.
What?
I didn't put that image into the intro. I got distracted and then I just uploaded it.
You know what? It's up there in the picture.
Okay, so under student folders, Megan and Quinn, final presentations. That's where we put it.
Okay.
Oh, my God, that looks so good. The model.
Sorry,
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
sorry.
Recorded.
Oh.
What is recorded? Oh, yes.
This is still on the YouTube live that she's like.
I'm singing. So I was just proud of her.
I'm so excited to go back and rewatch that.
Okay, so let me.
Mine is under student folders.
Okay, here we are downloading the intro, but maybe the most efficient thing is to open it directly from.
Yeah. And then my name. And then final review. And then presentation.
Also, so if we open
Let me see if it's easier to just to see it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just like view full screen. I think it's.
I'm trying to reduce the size. It's really not.
Enter full screen.
Let's see if it stops. Yeah. You enter full screen.
Hold on, wait. Click top. No, that's more apps. Oh, I think I got it. Go down here and then, yeah.
Okay, so I think it's going to be easier to go
Yeah.
through.
And then just
The
leave it here
box?
because then it might upload. I also do have my laptop, but I guess with the Zoom it has to stay.
Okay.
Or I could email it to you, whatever works.
She looks like also on.
But I mean, like, everybody has like, the old musicians, like, I could have
Yeah.
every drawing.
I have a different type. Do you like my cards that are falling over? I just go back and change it.
They're cute. It's kind of like fun.
Do you have a cow, Eddie?
I do.
Cow.
I have cards everywhere.
We have too many accounts.
At one point, like, there's one about drawings and there's like a small head. It's just a card away.
I was like, okay.
Or like the bees, look at the deep.
Also, I have a question. for you.
Yes.
It's about my project.
Okay. Let me.
So I did this impact slide and board.
Okay. Wait a minute. I'm going to get this because I have a problem. Okay, that's fine. It's because if not, I cannot read afterwards. If I don't have a line.
Should have double spaced it.
I know. You got me, Haley. Okay.
We all
so-
make mistakes.
as-
This guy gives me,
I know, he's my favorite.
I was like,
Oh, they're looking at plant.
you have so many cute details.
They like take a plant or they extract.
I like the plant.
I think they're lifting a plant. Maybe they're growing it off. I don't know. I just wanted people to be on the roofs because I know that in Jaipur, people are on the roof. Is there a bathroom around here?
Yeah, right back there.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna drink this.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm having some kind of
Water
crisis.
Oh, I forgot I have coffee.
That was smart.
There's nothing healthy about water.
Hydrate, dehydrate.
Okay.
Okay, this is the question. I have this impact board, it got wet, so I that I have briefly touched onto some of the like, some of the numbers of like adding infrastructure and water management and waste. But I don't really have, and it's based in research, but I don't, again, it was just like, these are potentials if you follow these instructions, if you could increase hospital beds, you could add educational facilities, you could have change waste management, whatever. And there's some numbers just to make it like more grounded in reality. But I don't know if I should go into like explaining this or if I should just explain it right.
I would maybe, but say some data.
Right. Like if you add 5 hospitals, then you
for
could cut
example,
80.
no. For example, but maybe one example.
Okay. I'm also, because I've revised my presentation and it still takes me like 20 minutes. And so I'm trying to find ways to like make it, like cut it down, but without cutting out.
Okay.
Factors. They're still not good. Yeah, and then I did use color, but on the presentation slides just to highlight the different areas, but they're just like. I wanted to go and like shade them all. It's just felt too much time. I did talk about like breaking down the decisions and then having examples of what how much it is. Oh, right.
I'm going to open several ones so they are ready.
Where is Erica? Oh, I have a charger.
Hi. What happened with the chair?
Did that?
Bien.
Sí, hay dos grupos, el de consumir visibles de la cultura, y ellos presentan las diapositivas, pero luego tenemos como o sea, la primera, la segunda, el segundo.
No, I was just,
I was just trying to get it out of the way.
it worked.
Y esta es la primera presentación. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal tu review?
No tuve que hacer, solo fue los mismos estudiantes.
¿Lo fue online?
No, fue por persona.
Ah, guay,
Lo
súper.
tuve afuera y en el que hizo de las series.
Let's look at it like this because the first part are going to be all the presentations. So they were a little bit older, let's make it over again.
Hello, Scott.
Hi, I'm Pankaj. So, Emmanuel, nice to meet you.
I think we are waiting for Carol Ruiz.
Tú lo invitas, ¿no?
¿Y quieres hacerlo tú?
No, no.
¿Seguro?
Le pasas a Pancas. Como,
No he hablado nada con él de pasar nada, pero si pasa.
yo creo que me gustaría que él hiciera como una intro.
Vale, pues hay tres diapositivas. O sea, enseño lo que tengo de diapositivas generales, pero yo creo que hay una parte que mejor si él hace la intro. A ver si lo veo aquí. Bueno, te enseño así. Entonces están los reviews, las presentaciones y tal, y yo voy a explicar la metodología y si quieres esto que lo haga Pancas. Vale. Hasta aquí. Y luego aquí iba a decir Strategic Business del 2019 y la nuestra.
Sí, entonces lo retomas tú.
¿Lo tienes?
Sure, happy to.
¿Sabes si Carol contestó?
Sí, Carol me dijo que venía a las 12:30.
Sabe que es aquí. ¿Cómo es?
Me dijo dónde es, le dije en el tercer piso del Commons. Entonces, me sorprende que no esté.
It's great. I managed to go my his class, which he came to one year, and he was only teaching graphics. I was to be on a seminar, and I'm going to speak to myself, and I want to take this class with you. And he let me, and it was really like life-changing. That's correct. That was in 1992, 30 years ago. Not long ago.
Yeah.
Of course. Rome was in grad school. When I was Where's now? Oh, okay.
I don't know if you know his chair or something. Some piece of the program.
Like, you could say. I just realized.
That's probably someone like that.
You look so sick in that video.
Okay.
You look really
I was like, you look together.
That's very graduated.
To be fair, I didn't hear it.
And I came here to
You know,
film,
books can be like,
2
I mean,
weeks
I
summer.
never left.
This is a very common story in the world. And I've been down here for 31 years. Because the 2 weeks turned into 31 years, but
So
it,
like, you see how
I love the city.
Oh, overlap.
Where's
The
mine?
feeling was
So
growing
mine,
at
she
the
said that
time.
after, so they're gonna have that board, she's like, after urban design.
How many?
We just need to put one word, our first word in. Instead of top one, that's still under two.
It's not, I mean,
Oh,
on the
I
other hand,
see.
culturally, it was just such
So it's gonna be like a-
Like I brought
a.
it in it for
Trying to
mine.
figure out how to work or study in Europe. And I just. So this seems like stay in the US.
I remember that.
Austin, Texas. I live by Harrison. 3-year teaching stint for
Ya con esto se acabado, Manuel.
Sigo corrigiendo.
Pero ya. Supposed to start? Okay, I have sent her an email. She says she was able to. Okay.
You'll see the same species of tree. And if you look at it, the only thing that's different is that
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's-
Okay, I think we're going to get started. So we,
Oh my goodness, I feel like that's like a touchstone. We wanted to give you guys space. We're COVID just.
Okay, so we are going to get started today. Well, I'm going to share screen.
She might be attending remotely. Was that an option?
She said she was going to come, but
Okay.
so I'm just going to do a really brief introduction of the studio and who are we here. So welcome everybody for our final review of the studio Rajasthan City, Jaipur, part of the Yamuna River Project studio. So we have 3 reviewers today, Carol Rees, who is going to join us shortly, hopefully. And she's a professor of the School of Architecture and the Liberal Arts here in Tulane University. And she has taught also in the University of California in San Diego, in the Southern California Institute of Architecture, and in the University of Maryland in College Park. Then we have also Manuel Osorno, who is the Fellowship of Equality and Diversity in the School of Architecture from this year until 2 more years. And he's based here in New Orleans, and he's the founder of EO Studio. He has a post-professional Master of Architecture from Princeton University and a Bachelor of Architecture from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in California. So welcome, Emmanuel. Thank you so much. And we also have Scott Bernard, who is Means Professor of Architecture at Tulane School of Architecture. He's been a faculty member here for 26 years, and he's an associate dean and intern dean of the school. And he was the director of the Albert and Tina Small Center and for Collaborative Design from 2007 into 2012. So thank you, Scott.
That's an old description.
Really?
I've been here for 31 years now. So.
Wow. That's even better. So, okay. We are even luckier. So thank you so much, Scott, for joining us today. And we have been 3 instructors in the studio. Pankaj Virgupta, who has come from India to join us in the studio. You all know him. And Iñaki Altain, the Dean of the School of Architecture, and myself, that I am a research assistant professor here. And just going briefly about the structure of the studio. So the first part of the studio, we did an analysis and site mapping So it was all focused on the research on Jaipur, understanding the main issues, and going over this mapping of the city and trying to find each of them the main topics that they wanted to achieve in their research. Then during the speculation, they start thinking about that specific problems that each of the proposals were going to achieve, and also in a general way, the master plan that the studio was approaching with as a group. Later on, we had like mid-review, and Emmanuel was with us too. And we have been developing the individual proposal. We have also a group until the last of the semester in this. So is what we are going to see today. Pancas, did you want to do the introduction?
So welcome everybody again, and I'll just give you a quick overview. It's been 10 years since Iñaki and I first started this project, and basically it was a response to the notion that many cities in the world, but in our case in particular, mega cities in the developing world, in the global south, and we picked New Delhi because I live and work there, were suffering from a kind of catastrophic environmental ecological situation. And this situation was compounded by the fact that the government agencies and the municipal agencies had no resources and no research arm and no policy making bandwidth to really make better planning decisions, better urban design decisions based on real empirical data. So the studio came out of an idea of service, the idea that architecture students, even at the undergraduate level, in fact, 10 years ago, our first studio was all third-year undergraduate students at the University of Virginia engaging this topic. That students in schools of architecture, both at undergraduate and graduate levels, could be fundamental in actually extending their skill sets, their pedagogical narratives, and providing and offering a very generous spirit of service to agencies and government bodies and elected officials in countries where they really needed access to test cases and scenarios that would be shown to them, visually rendered for them to understand what these implications could be as we were combating dire situations compounded by climate change, poverty, also infrastructural inequity. Hi, Carol, welcome. So for 5 years, as we ran the studio on the Yamuna in New Delhi, and as some of you may know, New Delhi is a city of 24 million people, many cross agencies working at cross purposes in the government, and a river that flows through the city for about 27 kilometers that is totally incapable of supporting any life. It has no capacity to support marine life, aquatic life, largely because New Delhi dams the river when it enters the city, takes all the water for drinking and other uses, and then pumps basically untreated sewage back into the body of water. After 5 years, we started getting a lot of traction with other cities in India, and most significantly with the city of Jaipur. Jaipur is a historic city. It's one of the most important cities. And that came from us having this idea that at the end of every semester, we would put our work out in the public domain, by which we meant not just the audience of architects and architectural scholars, but we really started hosting exhibits and writing articles in newspapers. So the kind of public domain of our project expanded dramatically. And we were approached by Sachin Pilot, who is a young, very dynamic, newly elected Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Rajasthan, India's largest state, capital city of Jaipur, one of the most historically significant cities in India. And he asked us if we would bring the same methodology that we had used to look at the Yamuna River in Delhi to his water-starved, water-scarce desert city of Jaipur, which had a population of about 3.2 million people. And we really embraced that challenge, one, because in that very first year, it gave us unprecedented access to the highest levels of government. So when Iñaki and I first took the students, Sachin Pilot made sure we met the head of the town planning department, we met the head of the development authority, we met the PWD, Public Works Department engineers. And so we started to piece together a pretty robust picture of what were the problems and what were the possible remediation strategies that we could follow. We looked at the history of the city very carefully. We looked at the traditional water harnessing and water storage infrastructure quite carefully. And we also realized, and Sachin's reason for reaching out to us was that in the last 3 or 4 years, Jaipur has come close to a water zero, a day zero situation twice in the last 4 years, which means a city which pipes all its water from a dam 110 kilometers away was less than 10 days away of running out of fresh water. In fact, one of our first trips, it literally rained the day we arrived, which meant the dam filled up enough to let that city have more than a 10-day window of water. So what we, even with the onset of COVID and the lack of our travels to India, what we've started to do is engage with local experts on the ground. In fact, this semester we had 4 really incredible people in Jaipur, and then Mriganka Saxena, who's a long-term research affiliate of our project in New Delhi, share hour-long presentations each with all of our studio teams, telling us about their efforts and how they've managed to restore decaying or decrepit water bodies, how they've managed to kind of harness historical sites and represent them in the urban landscape, and how all of this kind of collective social anthropologically kind of sensitive information is being successfully channeled through small catalytic projects that can seed in the city a sense of hope or a sense of renewal. So I think that's where we are this semester, and we have 7 students this semester. All graduate students will be presenting their work to you today and dealing with various pockets in the city which we felt were undernourished or underrepresented in the previous semester's iterations. So welcome all of you, and I think we'll have a wonderful discussion, but I'll hand it back to Andrea.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you so much. So as Pankaj was saying, the Yamuna River project in the University of Virginia here in the University of Tulane have been working several years in Jaipur. This is the strategic vision that the students of Tulane School of Architecture developed in 2019. So we have also tried to work this year overlapping our main goals and actions over what we have already planned in the city. So both groups are going to present this kind of interconnected interventions that we have proposed this year. We have focused especially on how the city of Jaipur has been growing since 1730 into the last years, coming from the walled city and expanding into the agriculture edge. What has been seen in the Jaipur planning for 2025, that the growth of the city is going to be taking over that perimeter, peri-urban edge that right now the city has. So there are like 2 groups. The session of the review today is divided in 2 teams. One that they work more in the consolidated city, and the other one that they are thinking about that new expansion around the peri-urban edge that is happening. So this is our master plan that we are dividing, and we will start with the 3 projects that they work in the consolidated city, starting with Erica Guzman. So I leave the floor for the students to present what are the main goals in this inside city. Haley, do you want to go ahead? Is there any questions so far? Thank you.
Oh, I thought I deleted my notes. Sorry.
No, it's getting my fault.
Okay, I guess I'm ready. Okay, so we are the group of students working in the consolidated city, and we just wanted to give you a brief introduction into that. We'll be working with proposals addressing issues of sprawl, the crisis of water scarcity and socioeconomic inequalities. Just real quickly, like Andrea briefly talked about, Jaipur was a walled city that began in about 1727, and since then it has grown dramatically in the late 20th and 21st century. The population has even doubled from 1991 to 2011, and in the last year it has grown by 2%, and it's currently at a little over 4 million people. So there's all of these issues, and the population is still growing, and they're not being addressed. And so we're hoping with some of these proposals we can start to talk about those issues as the city is still growing. And then Erica, the best way to do this.
No social distancing. So yeah, as I already mentioned, the city of Jaipur has grown rapidly in the last 40 years, dwarfing the original city core. While Jaipur receives on average 600 millimeters of precipitation per year, demand is outpacing supply. The problems are further exacerbated by issues of mismanagement, rapid population growth, and haphazard development and urban sprawl. So with my project in particular, we're going to explore issues of how to preserve land for green space, create stronger community infrastructure, and greater ties to the river as a lifeline.
And then with Megan and I's project, we're sort of using some of the same ideas as Erica, sort of revitalizing this branch along the riverfront and trying to filter and clean the water and sort of provide more water that gets absorbed back into the waterbed to help provide the needs for the community.
Sorry.
And then kind of connects it back up to Haley's.
Yeah. And we're all basically talking about the same things with water and public infrastructure. In my project specifically, I want to focus on a revitalization of the current existing fabric, focusing on socioeconomic disparities and how we can implement changes to address those, along with bringing in water and resources and all the other things that we've talked about so far.
And then as a final note, we're very aware, not only did we, due to COVID, we haven't actually been to the site, we're also very aware that we're coming from very different cultures, very different backgrounds, and we kind of set some rules, and this kind of applies to both kind of our chunk and the chunk that will come after the break, when we kind of discuss as a studio a set of kind of values to make sure we were working within the kind of respectful parameters, and we kind of set out the importance of acknowledging and caring for the culture and heritage of Jaipur, and not abandoning that kind of identity, strengthening the ecologies of the city, building resilience and adaptation to climate change, using local resources and drawing on that local knowledge, minimum kind of negative impacts, so minimal displacement, kind of not pushing a radical change, but acknowledging what is there, the fabric of the city, and then also kind of providing the basic human rights, so shelter, water, the means of living. And that is our introduction. So Erica, take it away. The floor is yours, Erica.
Thank you, ladies. Hi, I think I pretty much know everyone here, but I'm Erica Guzman. I'm a three and a half year student, and this is the beginning of my second year. And this research project led me to the neighborhood of the Shanti Nagar. Based on research from this studio, this presentation will explore various interventions. I just wanted to touch very briefly on how our semester commenced with a virtual tour that included movies set in India and various guest lectures that ranged in scope from entrepreneurs to designers, and in particular, Rima Hoja, a Rajasthan historian and anthropologist. This enabled us to gain a bit of understanding of the culture, the people, and the obvious challenges faced in the communities. I started from the point of using research done from previous studios, an analysis of maps, which I initially focused on water resources. This first map told the story of how watershed, you can see how the dark areas focus on our less permeable, less permeable areas, and how supply was outpacing demand. Also focusing on water resources, I was analyzing how bathroom facilities in various parts of the city. So, and then, sorry, I missed a part. So I was focusing on particular, it's hard to see, I think, but it's the circular area right there. And how this seemed to be, although it was between a river and what would be a drainage canal, a problem area, despite being next to the river. And then I continued to examine this area, and I found that it lacked basic mobility to other parts of the other neighborhoods. For example, the red in this map, the red are the market and tourist markets, the red triangles that is, whereas the black would be markets for locals. This neighborhood was, if you are a resident of this neighborhood, you would need to travel 3 kilometers to get to the nearest market for the locals. So I further zoomed in. So also I should mention that Google Earth became a huge resource for all of us in the studio. So we continued to zoom in further. I focused on this neighborhood to gain greater understanding of the urban fabric. And then I actually stepped back a little bit to get a little bit of context of how this neighborhood had grown, which actually, stepping back a little bit, told a better story of how this neighborhood had evolved. It almost feels like overnight. You can see from 2000 to 2012 to 2020, how it seems like this neighborhood had popped up overnight. So I started to just really map out this entire neighborhood and to understand the urban fabric. You could see that there was this empty field, which I would later come to learn. At one point, it was a night market that had been shut down during COVID. And then in the subsequent year and a half, it's become a bit of a dumping ground. And then there's a small park in this area. Actually, let's go to the next slide. So from Google Maps again, we can see kind of more, we get a more visual explanation of what's going on in the neighborhood, how the river is polluted, how there is a small park, but it's inadequate. And also, I meant to mention previous slide, sorry. The pink is what would be considered infrastructure in the city. So that would be hospitals, schools, various clinics. So this would be the field that I was talking about that has shut down since COVID. And these are actually fairly recent photos, like within the last 6 months or so, we could say. And then this is the small park that is used as a kind of as a community gathering place. So based on this and on this research, I started to come up with ideas of areas of intervention. The first, obviously, it's a lack of green space. Through our research, we saw that Jaipur has less than, on average, 4% green space. So that's obviously inadequate for a city to be comfortable. So how could we create more green space and by preserving the land that has not been developed yet, create more parks, and also use the floodable area that is currently not developed as green space and okay. And then in terms of mobility, I wanted to explore how we could create better mobility in this area, both to the river and within the community, and then to the surrounding neighborhoods. So I wanted to introduce pedestrian walkways which connect to the river, and then these would be, the red obviously would be the so I'm sorry, let me just phrase. On the left, it's existing, and on the right would be the proposed corridors of mobility, and how this would connect, if we go back to that original map, how these would be able to connect to the main roads of the surrounding neighborhoods. So in that field that was previously mentioned, I wanted to propose a market and park. The life of an Indian square is kind of the community gathering space. So it's not just a park, as we traditionally would say. It also includes a food market, a night market, spaces for large festivals and weddings, laundry, water facilities, and obviously provide for green space that is much needed. So I created a system of different facilities. A lot of them are unprogrammed, so my thinking would be that it could be defined largely by the community itself. And then but it would also obviously include bathroom facilities that the area is missing, and then a system of poles that could be used for tents that can come in and on and off for various festivals. And then this is just a catalog of the various modules that could be used throughout the plaza. And then the different types of pavements. I mean, I use the word pavements, but at different types of greenery, and also for the open air market, it would also include some sort of water capture so that it can collect water. And then finally, this is the, so you kind of get an idea of what a market like this would look like. Here are a series of section drawings. So this would be the community center to the far left, followed by the market itself, the food market, which would be covered because it's more during the daytime. But then as you can see, these pole systems would kind of come in and on during the daytime, depending on various festivals. And then over here on the right, this connects to the already existing neighborhood. And then how we connect this to the river itself with a series of steps and a floodable area for when the monsoon comes in. And here would be the axonometric drawing of what this plaza would look like. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, wait, which one do you want? Exactly. The poles, so yeah, I kind of wanted to show how it would look with the tents on.
Can you tell me what a night market is? I'm very embarrassed to say I've never heard that term. It's a market at night.
I think essentially a market at night
Why don't
where
you just call it a market then? It's a different thing.
In India, it's just called a bazaar. It's not called a night market per se, but it's basically the idea that many of the households that shop at those markets don't have refrigerators at home. So on the way home from work, they pick up all the vegetables and the fruit, whatever they need to cook that night for a meal. So usually these markets start around 6 p.m. after sunset, after it's getting cooler, and they extend up to 10 p.m. And obviously, as the population has grown, there are also markets that not only sell produce, but they will maybe you can buy your cooked dinner and take it home, or it's a place where you rendezvous with your friends. And usually it's for the lower middle class or the economically kind of more distressed sections, because they typically live in slums where there's also no public space. So the market becomes their public space. It's an interlude between the end of the day and then their sleep time.
Are they usually linear?
They're pretty disorganized, but within that disorganization, there are discernible patterns. So yeah, there are linear patterns for up to 20 meters or 10 meters or 15 meters. But typically they don't have any infrastructure. So the vendors don't have proper places to sit. There's usually an absence of potable water. So they're really kind of self-help situations.
So you have two systems of roofs,
It would be,
a lower that is permanent and sides that are for festivals.
exactly. And the lower ones would be more for the market vendors themselves. And those would include water capture.
Actually, the section is much clearer and legible on the plots.
I was really nervous about that. You know, it's really funny. My very first critique here at Scott Bernard, and the one thing he said in my critique was not to stack section drawings. And last night I saw that Scott Bernard was the critic.
That's a different spelling, so I'll say different things.
Okay.
Something about printing it much bigger, so we can enjoy the drawings.
I remember that being like a big rule for my first.
Well, if there's enough space, it works. Fine. I'm sorry, I couldn't say anything more profound.
No.
If the upper level pieces are deployable and retractable, I had sort of two, I don't know, grand questions, but two kind of thoughts that might lead into the bigger set of images. One is that this go when they're retracted. And what and the second is why would you need to have a second set that weren't retractable if you already had got the sets that gave a retractable?
So my thinking was that the ones for above would be, they actually pretty much go throughout this entire area, and that kind of could be more for, I think it was more for festivals, like religious festivals or various weddings, for example. And it would just be more of a temporary system of growth, whereas the other ones would be more permanent. Yeah.
So I'm gonna jump into sort of, I guess, a few set of questions, just piece out like what the scope of it. I know the project from back. I'm gonna try not to repeat comments or associate anything that I said before, whatever would associate that. But I'm trying just your drawings to see what is the scope of your intervention. I understand that there's a green space component next to the river. That building, is that part of your design as well?
Yeah, actually, it actually is confusing, but so it's the part. It is all part of my design, for the exception of this area right here, which is already the existing neighborhood with the place. So it kind of cuts through here and kind of this weird.
I guess in this section, would that, like, is that building part of it? Is this building part of it? Are they part of the system?
Yes.
that you're
Yes.
we're gonna walk us through the plan to say where you are.
So, yeah, so, this is kind of the main corridor that I was thinking, and my thinking was kind of to facilitate mobility to this neighborhood in a more functional way. So if there needs to be deliveries, this could kind of be a really functional way to kind of get around. And then I want it to be linked to the various streets here, so it can activate these other neighborhoods as well. There doesn't seem to be a lot of infrastructure here. It's mostly housing, but how could we activate those other areas? And then the other idea was, so that was with mobility, and then just to kind of see how we could tie it to the river back again. And lastly, the idea was kind of to go from left to right, and it gets greener basically. So here's more infrastructure heavy, and then it gets greener as you get closer to the river. Oh, yeah, that's probably more clear.
So what is represented as kind of red and pink is green, essentially.
No, what's represented as
Oh, that's
red is building,
Okay. The pink,
and then the pink is
like carpet.
pavement.
Is the green that we see here represented as green there?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
in theory, yes.
I guess that as a general comment, I think that it would have been helpful just to get a little more clarity of the scope, right? And the drawings are beautiful, but they're so delicate that they kind of need like a little punch of like language to get everything at another level, so we can read it. I think I love the idea of what you're doing to the public spaces, the river, to think about, because one of my questions immediately was going to be, if this is a kind of water scarce area where you are actually concerned with water, is in terms of just societal priorities, is green space really a priority, meaning that that is going to put an additional load of your water usage when you don't have water. So that's my first step. Like if you first solve water consumption, right, then we can talk about a water surplus of use for everything. So I guess that I wonder what type of green space it creates, right? Like it seems that it's almost like left to be grown on its own and to water only when it floods. Is that correct? Or have you had any thoughts on that?
I was thinking more in terms of water, like to regenerate the ground, so it wouldn't be just water runoff. And also my thinking is that by having more green space, it would make the river cleaner, which is so much of the water scarcity is due to the fact that so much pollution and the water is contaminated.
You trying to make a biofilter along the drainage route?
I think the next group is
Okay.
not biofilter.
They'll take care of it for you.
There's synergy, there's synergy.
All right, so if I can jump in with just sort of overarching comments that are probably too naive to be useful, since I'm unfamiliar with the context and the specific concerns, but the way you describe things in the setup, I was drawn to a couple of characteristics that I thought I would see in the final projects, and that I think I discern in them, but I think they could be exaggerated if they are the intentions. And the first portion of that scenario that I was gathering was that there's a route that people follow on a regular basis, and it's a fairly circumscribed one because of the rivers and the position geographically of this and the location of employment and other things in the city. So that you could sort of find that route or propose it and imagine that almost everyone is walking along. Then it seems like it had potentially two characteristics. One was that it was a market context, because when you have people moving in a predictable way, do with the flows and sequestration of water and the provision of green space in the city. And what I think you proposed right now takes both of those into account. But it looks to me like a kind of confetti strategy, where you atomize all of the accoutrement of your systems. You sort of sprinkle them with emphasis leaning one way and another, but there's a kind of atomization of those elements that I would wonder if the whole is as great as the sum of its parts. And my sort of inclination would be to striate these systems so that you had a band of the green part doing its sequestration, filtration activities, and a band of the commercial, kind of infrastructure part, and that those might run in parallel. They might even, the canopy idea might then be narrower and potentially easier to deploy and attract. And well, I'm just anticipating this problem where these small green spaces have to have some kind of fence around them. Otherwise, they're lost to the world, right? Those little blades of grass are at the mercy of 1,000 tiny cuts. And so I just wonder if that's not a more consolidated, yet still linear path. And that would leave you the option of walking home through the market or through the park. And the kind of parallel track of those things, one might swerve off of one track and back onto another. And that they might then each contain the critical mass that would enable them to function as green or as market. I'm not actually worried that the market won't function. I just get the sense that if any order and infrastructure was provided, that would improve the market context. I'm just worried that if there's not a critical mass of green space, it would die quickly.
Yeah.
Literally and figuratively. But again, that's like an observation, and I don't know the details well enough.
It's an observation that now that you say it, it's glaringly obvious.
And then
I think maybe what you're saying also, Scott, which I agree with, completely,
I know.
is that when we look at your axon, which is quite informative, it actually tells us, very clearly how you're proposing to fit within what is not a very organized system, but is also subject to kind of evolution. Quite, that's your Google Earth images showed. That maybe you don't need as much pixelation as is happening in there. I mean, what the axon is really saying is, how about if some of those grays were consolidated into a larger gray, and some of the greens were a larger green? So maybe the variety is the same, but the scale is a little bit more consolidated. I think maybe that will also answer what Scott is proposing.
If you want to talk about the size of this size is giant.
It's giant, yes. I mean, these
pixels
squares,
quite big.
Oh, well, maybe that's my misunderstanding.
no,
the
they're
previous-
4 meters by 4 meters. So
Because I saw one with a bench in it, that's what I tracked for the size. And a 12 by 12-foot chunk of ground.
Sorry to mess up with this.
No.
But I think you are not explaining that you have kind of limits.
So that's all green.
Yeah, that's what
Only
means.
with two drainage points, let's say, two gutters. It might be a we have to scale that.
And then each of these squares would be 4 meters.
So where's the next conglomeration of green crystals? So there's one going like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, like, you make me want to just redraw this entire map now with just.
well, no, so that helps. That brings it closer to what I heard you describe and was not seeing as well. But I still am imagining real continuity across the entire piece of both the market and a single linear system that's uninterrupted. But
I mean, it was also kind of the idea of just creating moments within, for, different activities that could be occurring within such a large space.
Could I ask about the water? So, the blue areas are designated water, right?
Yeah.
So what is it? Perhaps I wasn't hearing well enough, Erica, but there's a lack of plumbing facilities. Is that generally in this neighborhood? In other words, is water only a pool or a collector or a feature, or is water also infrastructure? That's
So from my research, as far as I've understood, bathroom facilities was an issue in this neighborhood, which is why one of the buildings would be for bathroom facilities. But these what you sort of water that you would see are coming from these water catching systems.
okay.
Did that answer your
Is
question?
there a reason that they're clustered, or I see cluster in the top right?
Yeah, that would be where the wash facilities would treated as like a laundry facilities would be, which you don't see that drawing here.
And is there a social or geographic reason that or architectural reason? I'm just trying
I put it here only because this is where a lot of the housing would be, and then there seems to be more retail over here. So I kind of wanted to activate a bit more of this retail by putting more buildings here and then creating bathroom and laundry facilities that would connect more to the residential areas.
That's probably hand washing there, right? We're not talking about washaterias.
No, I was thinking like washing facilities, like laundry, bath, whatever.
I used to do my laundry when I lived in Italy in a long trough. We called it the trough. I don't know what the Italian name for it was, but you started with the soap at the low end, and then you worked upwards along the flow of water for the rinsing. And then there was an area where you could hang things out, wring things out, and hang things out to dry. And it was just a wonderfully configured reification of a process. Like it was all made of stone and stuff like that. And I just loved doing the laundry. Of course, I probably did part of it. I had to do it for the rest of my life that way. But the reification of a process along the linear route is once again, I wonder if there's a quality of the infrastructure in your proposal that could track those.
I actually was basing the design of this laundry facility on a lot of the films we watched because it seemed that it was very much a social aspect of the day for a lot of women. So it kind of almost, this sort of cluster takes on a little square onto itself. It's not linear, it's more like a gathering spot, that's called.
Okay.
To go back to a few comments from Scott before, I think I would have appreciated a bit more kind of simplistic, but also hardcore kind of master planning in the sense that you define certain corridors and you see that there is one axis, so you've identified primordial, I don't know if it's 4 axis, the one at the top. But I guess that some of the first kind of moves that I feel that are kind of necessary have to do with this issue of mobility. You're talking about mobility from the beginning, and for me, it begs the question of like an open field offers you the most mobility, so you can go anywhere in the shortest path. And in this situation, I feel that you could have done something like that through a series of axes and just kind of introduce like the main access points of the site, and then arrange the architecture and the buildings around that. So I feel that at the moment you have a series of buildings towards one quarter that's facing north, which is facing this way, some along the east, some along the south, and like they kind of create a buffer zone between all really enclosing it. And I do wonder, what are those connections, visual connections that are happening between the pedestrians that are walking inside versus like cars, I'm assuming, or buses that kind of pass by. So I think that defining axes of like where more of that kind of activity can happen that is related to cars, perhaps, is along one side and probably broader, and kind of a stronger connection for pedestrians, not only within the structure of the park in the field, but also to, like at the moment you showed us dashed a black line, a black dash line that connects to the green areas along the river. I don't know. I kind of want to tell you, take over 3 of the streets and make it pedestrian access and really just extend that kind of green space into it. So you have a connection, the houses stay, but it's just, I feel that creating more of a distinction between them, at the moment they don't seem aligned, but I know they are. Because I see them here. But there are some alignments. The second kind of set of comments that I have on that is like I question the grid. The use of a grid in a city that seems to grow more organically. And I understand that you're doing all these clusters and I really like them. I think it's very lively. Like I buy the kind of activation part of the project. But the grid stays, right? Like the grid stays even when you remove, like unless I'm not understanding, is the pole permanent? The big pole.
Yes,
So the only thing that's removable is the fabric.
yes.
And I do question that, right? Because at the end, you're left with this kind of larger infrastructure that I wonder if it is flexible enough, right? Like is the flexibility just the ability to extend or stretch apart? Or is there more of a movement or reconfiguration of spaces where you can take some of these poles out, create more larger spaces for different types of activities, right? And in that sense, also kind of feed into this idea of transportation, movement, and the fact that you can take some of those poles out and move more cars through, like get them in for deliveries. I did question that.
Or if they're going to be fixed, they might have more than one purpose. So that if the canopies, which are only up, I'm guessing, periodically in the year, if the canopies aren't deployed, are the poles good for something else?
All right,
Yes.
I'm terrible at this. So a few comments. There are some pedestrian streets that I mentioned at all during this presentation. To your earlier comment that you would be able to see in these maps that are here. And the poles are also for lighting, for during the night markets, which I also feel. And electrical.
It's its own power. So that helps understand, how they will become a useful data.
Probably should have led with that.
Well, it could even be as small a thing as when you put your entourage in, you just throw in someone plugging something in to a pole, setting up their wares next to it. I know that's with the infinite amount of time that you have to spare, right? So
Tozinyak needed 6 more months to finish
yeah,
his presentation.
these are always, you should always hear these comments relative to some ideal future, time, not admonishments that you didn't do what you're supposed to. But I think that they, because when you were first talking about them, I was wondering if there was some kind of reference to La Villette, where, are you familiar with the La Villette? So that a landscape with where there's complexity, a complex array of different and rather disparate pieces is ordered, not by the imposition of emphatic conditions of order on the ground, but just by a few little objects that are visible one to the next, and that begin to establish a data against which you can read the other elements. I think these poles, especially when the canopies are out, but even when they're not, they have that capacity of producing order. And that's, once again, I'll loop back to my sort of pet ambition for this project, that another opportunity to give a grain and let's say a trajectory to the proposal, a little greater linearity, if I'm repeating myself, that it's about a route and reinforcing a hierarchy of movement, that those infrastructural pieces have a three-dimensional quality that could also support that idea. Yeah, I'm delighted that they hold.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Someone would have told me that at some point.
Okay. Haley, I think, so I think Queens and Megan presentation,
I'm putting it in a Google Drive folder too, just in case maybe that works faster.
I think we can jump to Haley's, that is a.
Oh, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Let's tell her.
Yeah, I can go. You know I love to go first. I know.
I try to,
It's okay.
okay, you have it ready? Well, you know.
Do I know how to do it? This, oh, I think it's this one.
There we go.
Heck yeah. Sorry. So it will not be in order, but should I start? Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Haley Burrows. I am a second year grad student in my last year. The title of my project is The Reinvigoration of Jaipur's Existing Urban Fabrics, and it was really a study of accessibility and public infrastructure in Ward 69. Like Erica mentioned, we unfortunately could not go to India, but we did do a series of virtual trips, readings, great lecture series, lots of movies, and I became extremely interested in socioeconomic backgrounds and how examinations of them could reveal inequities to public resources. But Jaipur, oh Lord, Jaipur is a very large and diverse community with different modes of transportation, architectural typologies, cultural practices, historical monuments, and again, socioeconomic backgrounds. And so instead of creating a single intervention that could then be replicated throughout the city, I wanted to focus my energy on creating a methodology of analysis of specific case studies of Jaipur that could then be used to determine interventions and how they would be implemented. So I had to choose a case study. I started to pull conditions and characteristics that I thought would be good indicators of lower socioeconomic backgrounds, and also conditions that could lead to interesting proposals for interventions. So I wanted to focus more in the urban area, which we've discussed. I wanted to focus on the more historical aspect of the city because I wanted to keep that culture in mind as I was analyzing. Oh, sorry. I wanted to look at housing density and the relationship to monuments. Sorry. Mine's also really slow to load. And then I wanted to look at literacy as an indication of in access to public resources. So overlapping all of these together, I became drawn to an area of Jaipur known as the walled city, which is the origin point of Jaipur. The dashed maroon line is that boundary. This is also where I became introduced to the ward system. So the ward system is a municipal corporation. Each ward is roughly 40,000 people. It's decided by a census, and the census is given every 10 years, so these boundaries do change. And the ward corporation is mostly responsible for like civic infrastructure, administrative duties, things like that. And it's headed by a mayor, and then public figures are elected by each ward to represent the people's needs. I then started to pull previous years information on like demographics of the wards. I was focusing mostly on vehicle usage, how people move from place to place, living conditions, sources of water and electricity, and accessibility to basic needs such as restrooms. That is how I chose Ward 69 because of its location in the walled city. It's in a very dense urban fabric. There's no obvious ordering system, similarly to other areas in the walled city. There's a lot of historical and cultural importance. It has one of the lowest literacy rates. And then from the demographics, the transportation is mostly motorized vehicles. The water is like a tapped source. So if that infrastructure were to fail, then a lot of people in the ward would not have access to water. And then the living conditions and the like restroom accessibility were livable, but not good. So now that I've like chosen my case study, I wanted to analyze it in a couple different ways. The first decision that I made was to not focus on the boundaries, one, because they do change, but also because there's like a more geographical selection that you'll see in the maps that I analyzed. So I started to map the existing public amenities and then tried to find out areas where there may be like lower access to those amenities. There's a couple conclusions. I'm not going to go through all of these because I have a lot to go through. But it is like where things are clustered, where they may not be clustered, who has access to them, who doesn't. And they're printed on the board too. I then looked at density and to like talk about the diversity of the density versus vacancies and where trees may be located. There are no formal parks in this ward. And then I also looked at road typologies and then what these road typologies, like the intersections that may be important, high traffic areas in comparison to where there may be areas for intervention. And then what does all this mean? It's a lot of information. And so what I took from it was that there needs to be a better equal dispersion of public amenities to like remove these dead zones, but not only in like placement of the amenities, but like of the program of the amenities, like a better dispersion of hospitals versus educational facilities, community spaces. And then it needs additional public infrastructure, but because there's no formal parks, if I just put things in these vacancies, then I'm just adding to the density. So how do I offset that? And then also for where that is dependent on vehicular transportation, there doesn't seem to be good or formal accessibility. So what do I do with all this information? The first thing that I did was I broke it down into 3 scales. The scale of the neighborhood, focusing on green pockets, water access, micro interventions, and the accessibility needed for those things, non-motorized, pedestrian, like bike, cart, animal. And then the scale of the ward, educational facilities, religious institutions, markets, and then still non-motorized, but you can also have single lane, small motorized vehicles. And then lastly, the scale of the city, infrastructure that's related to hospitals, markets, waste management, 2 or more lanes, dual directional, something that could support garbage trucks, large trucks for supplies, and then also how that ties into the surrounding city. So the next step was to start to propose how to change the accessibility routes that are existing. So I started to look at each scale and try to find like a directive or a direction to go in. On the scale of the neighborhood, I wanted to create a more interconnected system, removal of dead ends. On the scale of the ward, how to connect not only like motorized transportation, but people throughout the entirety of the ward. On the city, more formalized transportation so that there's more accessibility and more opportunities to place things like hospitals, waste management. And then what does that mean in 50 years? I'm not going to go through the individual maps, but over a 50-year period, the proposals that I made earlier can straighten out, create smoother accessibility, start to create spaces for public gathering spaces, taking notice of those intersections that I mentioned before. And then how does this become a human experience? So again, still focusing on the 3 scales of the neighborhood, the ward, and the city. Unfortunately, I didn't have like a ton of time this semester. So instead of going in and deciding a garden should go here, a library should go here, I wanted to create a system that someone could use to make decisions to place these things. So defining a path on the neighborhood scale, it would be materiality, choosing like division of spaces, and then using micro interventions along the path, such as like planters, waste bins, benches, and seating, and then choosing or identifying vacant lots where you can do larger scale things such as gardens, and then expanding into the surrounding urban fabric would be the last step, which is like taking over rooftops for solar panels or like beehives. And then how you would actually experience this, defining the path. Oh gosh, these are large drawings. The micro interventions along the path, the vacant lots, and then the rooftops. And then doing the same thing on the scale of the ward as well, define the path, I would identify the lots, but moving it up for each like intervention. So on defining a path on the ward scale, you would be thinking about where the median and the curb would be, how you would divide like vehicular versus pedestrian access, and then expanding into the urban fabric would be on more of a building scale than a small garden. And then again, how you would experience it, defining the path, like small markets off of the paths that you create, how to break that urban grid to create more open space, and then like infrastructural hubs. And then lastly, on the scale of the city, this isn't necessarily something that would be implemented on every case study, but in this instance, it did make sense because there was an urban lot that could be taken over. And it's following the basic same steps of defining the path, identifying vacant lots, and then making interventions on the scale of the city. I'm sorry, it's so slow. So again, accessibility, infrastructural hybrid components on the scale of the building. Oops. And then city scale, like event spaces or open gathering spaces. One thing I do want to mention before I go into the impact is that, like I said before, I didn't have a ton of time, but if I had like extra like next steps, I guess I would really want to focus on the materiality of the things that I just talked about, methods of like unification, how do they all tie together, something to kind of bind all of these elements together instead of just like placing a garden here. And so just real quickly, I know I'm probably over, but the impact of what I'm doing, you can increase like hospital bed usage, you can increase educational facilities, and still have existing vacancies that you could put other community needs in. By removing the like concrete or like solid pathways, sorry, you can create a new system for like permeable ground where water can be collected, filtered, treated, redistributed, or even just used for agricultural purposes in an urban setting. And then also like new ways of collecting waste. There would be new accessibility for things like garbage trucks, but also on a pedestrian level, people have had more access to get to these areas to control the waste in the city. So in conclusion, by using this methodology to examine other wards in Jaipur and implementing the relevant interventions, the existing urban fabric of Jaipur could become more accessible, resourceful, shared, safe, and desirable. Thank you. Sorry, that was ridiculously hard with this mask on. Oh, it's on the side. The whole wall. Why don't the mask?
share before and after? 3D look?
Not immediately next to each other, but like this is the existing map of all of these overlaid, and then this is the proposed, and then this is the 50-year.
Like it's paved, like this.
Yeah, so it's like a chart.
Time.
So this is neighborhood, and then this is time. Sorry, it's a little confusing.
Overall, looking at this, tell me what the heck is that little piece of road?
I have no idea. That's why it's one of the reasons why I chose this area, is because a lot of what's existing makes no sense. But I didn't want to tear it down.
And here is the larger neighborhood.
Yeah, it's actually a historic gate. I don't know why it's not labeled like the other ones, or why it doesn't have a use. As of right now, it's just labeled as a playground on Google Maps. But it's like the turrets in the walled city, and then it's just empty in the interior. So it would make like a good event space, or even just a field.
Yes, to say the least, it's a lot. So I recommend it for that reason. In a conversation of accessibility, I find the drawings real inaccessible. There is a focus on circulation that I think that is not very good in terms of accessibility. But for me to really understand the impact of what you're doing, you are not showing the residents. There's a deliberate, information of what that is, and I wonder what that, like if that gives you any, I don't know, what is your stance on that? Like, did that open up doors for you in a way, or how did you make conclusions without that information?
Like how did I make conclusions on what's a change in accessibility?
Right, like there are several changes that are
Right.
happening, and those changes are happening or represented without that density in here. Like it's like you cannot be density here.
Right, we did it, yeah.
So building footprints.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly making these decisions. I mean, I spent the majority, I know this is a lot of work, but I spent the majority of the semester staring at this series of maps, because I kept feeling like I didn't have enough information to be like, you should put the road here, or you should make this more accessible. And so eventually it just came to the point where I was like, I have to propose this, and maybe it's more of an example of how you could increase accessibility, but without being there, I can't say for sure that this is the best place to put a pedestrian path. And I don't know if that is the most dense or less dense area. So it had to be one of those things where it was like, this is a proposal and it could be expanded based like more accurately on what's existing. But as of right now, this is just steps that you can take to get to the goal.
I get that. But what I mean is that there is a suggestion in this pedestrian path that you are following urban traffic.
Right.
And if the urban fabric is doing this, when I see a line that's straight, I would assume the urban fabric is probably not that organized, and it's probably more organic. And I'm assuming that then there's a removal of houses. I don't know if that's happening.
Well, that's an existing road. If you look at the like existing city scale.
So that's all it's the same.
So that's existing. So I tried to stay as close to what I could find as possible.
Okay.
Without making like the only major changes are really in the 50-year plan when you start to straighten those out, and that's when you would start to remove density.
I think maybe I'll pick up on what Mel was saying, because I think, again, there's been a huge effort to understand and analyze, what does this 40,000 person unit need, and how could we optimize this organization? But I think that maybe what would help answer Manuel's question would be the intermediate step between the organizing plans that we've
Right.
been obsessing about, like really drawing a lot of information from and overlays. And these views, because I'm putting myself in the shoes of a city governor or city municipal official who says, hey, I love what I'm seeing. And I'm sort of understanding this, but how do I get from, like, what am I doing?
Right.
So am I improving streetscapes? Am I improving housing infrastructure in a certain, like, how do I start? I guess, what's the first thing you need us to do? And maybe that, it's just a clarification of first you do this, then you do this. And that's how you get to better public space, better streetscape, better utilitarian use of sewage and infrastructure and water.
Yeah, I think that is something that
Because the maps don't tell us how that happens, right?
Right. No, yeah, you're absolutely right. They don't tell you. And it's something that I have been thinking about. It's also something that I'm not quite sure what would be the intermediate step. I started to draw these sections that would start to change, like you would see the existing section and then you would see how that would move to the pedestrian section and then you'd see how that would move to a larger scale road to the final like city level road. And as I was drawing them, I was like, I don't know necessarily all of this information. I don't know where infrastructure should be placed, if it should be placed at the pedestrian level or at this neighborhood level scale. And so that's why it's not up here. I do wish I had more time to like continue to work that out and understand those steps. But I think I'm also missing that intermediate step between getting to the map to how you would experience it. And it's like a huge lacking part of this project that I would love to spend more time on.
That's a hard thing to do, regardless, but hard to be difficult for anybody. And I think you already identified the strategy you would pursue, which would be to produce a hypothetical generic resolution of that. So you could draw us the character of that sequence you just described, even if it wasn't specific to these instances, where these elements of infrastructure go, even if you don't know if that's the right or not.
Right.
But because it gives us more information to correlate.
Right. No,
And I
that
think
makes sense.
I want to reinforce what Manuel's point is with the, I kind of wish there was a figure ground of the substance and the absence. I'm kind of assuming that where I see a street is a street, and where there's not a street, it's a building, because of the density that I can see in the image. But there's probably a bit of nuance to that, and that could be presented as street and ground, and then we would know that the street network is essentially the voids between the solids, and how celebrated a space would be.
Recording in progress.
And then how much courtyard activity there blocks, and how many of these informal circulation paths that effectively are actually going through other places of buildings. So it's a little bit more information that I think we do have that could be present in the presentation to correlate with the wonderful information we have presented. And I probably neglected to say this in Eric's too, but there's this just overwhelming amount of insight and attention you all have given to these spots, and it's terrific. I'm much more trust your guesses about what the right thing to do is than mine. But that being said, it still would be helpful to read that figure ground, to read the scale of the streets that you were describing as a sequence entirely.
Yeah, I wish I had another semester to focus on these projects.
You have done that. I mean, you have looked at this very carefully. And there are some paths that are identified in the regular city with the streets. And you have gone through here to find, because obviously inside this is not a solid block. Right. There are like 200 houses. And people have to arrive to the 200 houses. So there's another layer of communication that is not in the official maps of this. And you go here and you say, look, let me figure out how this works. And let me put this in value. Let me put in value every single tree, because every thought of this is one tree. One tree, one tree. So you are going to see how this freaking thing works. So you put this here and you say, I'm going to put this in value because I want to work in the payments of this and let people arrive to the tree and so on and make the thing. Explain it. Don't say, yes, I need another 6 months. That's a
Yeah, maybe we should draw our attention over here.
It's like red from one side.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you just explained it, but yeah, originally what I did was I took a massive like 36 by 36 print of that ward and I printed it out and on trace paper I marked every road and every pedestrian path and I highlighted all the major buildings and then I took those and I put them into these 2D drawings, which is probably how you guys are missing that correlation is because you don't see that I tried to study that scale. So I could definitely do a better job of representing that, but I did try extremely hard to keep the figure ground in the information that I was making decisions off of.
Okay.
I think it would also be actually very easy for you to do this because you understand the dynamics. You have a waste management or a water management drawing, and it's really clear, like you're actually saying that here's where the collections could happen optimally for these 40,000 people. It would be great if one of the perspectives could actually say, well, that's not just waste collection, it becomes some kind of a plaza, even if it's only, 10 meters by 10 meters or 10 meters by 8 meters. Is that around one of the trees? Is that around one of those spots where there's a parting of the block of housing from a street or something, because a truck needs to get there?
This little end right here is that little thing. So these are all permeable, and then it allows for like, you can collect that, you
Cut
can
and
put it,
paste your graphic on the diagram.
put it over there.
That's great.
Yeah, and I did make considerations like that in the like layering of each step. So like if you were to take over a specific area, then this would be a hybrid building with like infrastructural elements as well as public elements. And so that's what I tried to like break that down to understand like, where you can make those interventions and like how you could separate like waste management and like community spaces from the garden spaces from the like accessibility aspects. It's like how to divide those decisions.
And this one down here is through that.
Yeah.
This.
So it's actually just cut it.
Oh, it's through one of these things.
Yeah, so this is like one of the construction components, and then the storage element, and then the like open space. So that you can get the road, the infrastructure, the pathway, and then that.
I must say, there's a lot of intelligence in your analysis, and all the critiques kind of come down to points of representation, which I want that exploded axon where I can see how all these paths are actually not just an analysis of paths and growth, but also water management and amenities and kind of all of that kind of coincides in one location because it's a lot of information. It's a little hard to see, right? Like, and I feel that as visual people, we want to see this kind of axonometric view. So that's just a point. The other one is more like I don't know how much I buy the pedestrian kind of street and kind of the different scales of intervention, just in terms of the defined path one. This is the first component. Because at the end, it's like saying, artery, collector, I forgot all the names of the street, but it doesn't seem that different from the regular kind of Western way of thinking of cities, right? Like you have like highways, arteries, collectors. I forgot like the actual hierarchy, but it seems like a hierarchy of roads, right? Like, and I don't know if saying like removing the dead end is precisely like a way to, it's enough, right? Like I don't know, like for me, the way in which the project kind of flourishes the most is by saying, let's use all this existing infrastructure for, kind of a new purpose. So for you, like to say, like, let's change the pavement of the street and let's incorporate all this intelligence into it, all these systems, for me, that's way more remarkable. I like what you're doing with the lots, for instance, right? Like creating all these kind of nodes for people to access. So that's an architectural intervention. And I kind of wanted to see, like, you mentioned that there are gates, right? Like gates, there are gates here. I wonder how those can become part of the, why not repurpose those?
That's what this last one is.
That's a gate.
Yeah, it's, when I say gate, it's from the walled city, so it's
Right.
not like a traditional, like,
Right, but I'm assuming it's some sort of infrastructure, and I
so like
probably
this,
should be more legible.
this
That's why.
exterior is the historical structure of the gate with the like turrets. And then the interior is just finding space right now, which is why I'm proposing taking over space for like community needs.
Yeah, I don't know why that was not more obvious for me.
It's because it doesn't have a name, and
Right.
so I probably would have called out the name if I could know the name of the gate, but I couldn't find it.
No, it's fine, but I think that it is more than a definition of roads. For me, it's more like what is the actual architectural intervention of these different scales, right? So
Right, I think that's why I divided the roads up, is because to understand the scale of the architectural interventions on each level of accessibility, I needed to understand the scale of the accessibility. If that kind of makes sense. Like,
I think, again, agreeing with all the positive that's said here, I keep thinking, so I see this irregular figure, which is the board.
right,
And then I see this piece, which, let me give it a roughly rectangular outline, which I assume to be this.
no, it's the entirety of this, so it's the 4 gates,
Okay, so it's this.
yeah.
All right. And then what I guess I'm suggesting wouldn't take another 6 months, but would augment an understanding, is that some of the moves you're making are at a scale that's barely legible here.
Right.
And so if this comes down to, let's say, what does this look like? And Yaki just said, there's 200 houses in this little thing. Well, I didn't really read that. I was thinking that might be the size of a single building.
No, that's the density map, and so there's like this, like green, 0 to 5, this is 20 plus.
So 20.
Like built structures, that's not even saying like how many.
So per pixel, but I guess what I'm trying to say is per little piece that you take out and blow up and actually show me what that density looks like. And then you have a way to track the relevance of, where do they go? What these are.
Right.
That that's per so many buildings and so forth. And that the routes through them are not actually involving the, weaving through the courtyards of buildings. They're still through whole blocks. They're more like streets. But getting a sense of that scale and that grain is challenging. So I guess maybe my critique here is that you've made some decisions that seem to play out at pedestrian scales, but most of the graphics are showing us a very large scale. And then you're talking intelligently about how you make decisions across those lines, but it's not always evident, except perhaps in these drawings, what that intermediate condition is.
Right.
And then where this happens to be within the larger.
Yeah, that would have been really helpful.
So, and I bet it's information you've got, so you can just.
Yeah.
So I, sort of bring this together for myself and ask you also, there's some question. Scott, this is impressive, like you can be my city planner, great. But I always think about, showing this kind of thinking to real people who are not professionals. And, so they are going to all look at this because that's relatable simple and understandable, and it feels like, oh, I can find my place there, but what does this have to do with that? And so, you know, for me, I'm not teaching studio, but I always think, you know, what's a good exercise in the sort of graphic presentation that you could make in a community forum? You know, how do you bring all this know-how into really engaging people who are looking at it on the ground for the first time?
And that's like really the whole point of the project. So
And I know
like, how do
that's
I get
probably
to
not
that?
what you were asked to do.
No, actually, Carol, I think you're absolutely right on,
Yeah.
because at the end, like I said in the presentation before you just, I think, entered the room, the end goal of the studio is actually to be in service, to let this information and the research and the design speculations be shared with people who are actually non-architects and urban designers and planners. So that communication threshold needs to be very supple, very fluid, very easily accessible to people who don't speak our graphic language.
My sense after talking a little bit with you and hearing is that you actually know what's going on in those intermediate conditions.
Right.
And that you explored them. So my guess is you've got them. It's just a matter of encouraging them.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we've talked about today is representation and graphics and clarity of expressing what I'm trying to do.
It's a full 50% participant. It's communicating our ideas and how we arrive.
But I think understanding what the focus is, like, as I mentioned, I still wonder what the scale of intervention is, right? In terms of, and what the different strategies are, right? Because you already identified that there's a diversity of density, like as you said it, right? Like it's like areas that are more dense than others. And how do you distribute the resource? I'm gonna say like, because we've thought about all this, but how do you distribute those resources to those services according to the need that the density controls? Like, I don't know, because I'm just over here looking, and I know that you thought about it. But you know, that is probably something that necessitates different strategies than what you have at the moment, right? Like I think that some of them are amenities, but there are others that are, I guess, more scalar in the sense that, well, more people live here, so we need more water tanks or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that comes into the wanting to have another semester based on this, because like you mentioned, and like I said, it's so diverse that I could pick 10 case studies out of this one case study to do that kind of investigation and understanding of what's needed. So that's kind of why I was trying to provide examples of how those decisions could be made instead of making them.
But I think maybe I don't think it's fair to say you need another semester. I actually think you have. I think the thing that maybe you could have done, which is something, I mean, you always learn something from every semester.
Right.
Like, how would that happen? Is I think that while you were developing a very thoughtful, a very considered strategy for existing versus growth and the systems of the existing actually becoming better defined and more legible, I think what maybe you could have done was actually do Zoom, like a series of Zooms much earlier to say, okay, what does this mean for this block? What does it maybe, you know, the ward is so huge, but actually 40,000 people in the Indian urban context is very manageable. I mean, we're used to dealing with the millions.
Right.
So I think having that ability to say, okay, I'm just going to focus on this 400 meter by 400 meter area of my ward, and actually really just let that detail either reassure or reaffirm or in some ways contradict my larger scale picture would have been really helpful. And I think sometimes those, because the system, there are systems that may be invisible to the naked eye at first, but when you zoom in, like oh, they know how to walk from these very dense clusters to the nearest bus stop. That's how they're depositing their trash, because there's no trash like inside. Oh, there is a way to get these kids to school. So I think that would have maybe clarified. Again, I'm saying that there's an intermediate step, which is not clear graphically, but I don't think that means 6 months. I think it just needed like 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, but that's what you know.
2 weeks and maybe going a little bit less faster in your problems. Explain what's going on. It's scary to keep with the trash, with the small vegetable garbage, with the people sitting under the street. There's a little market in the corner under this road. Yeah, there's a pavement there that allows people to walk. And there's a space for the small piece and you know that we know that that is small commercial should be perfect.
That's pretty rich.
Yeah. So this is how this works. And this is how this changes when I am putting a decent pavement and there's no trash and there's no wastewater going in the streets. When this thing is not financed by inactivated piece of brick. And then when there's some place to put the trash.
Yes. What is this percentage of receptions?
I know, I was so nervous because I kept practicing this presentation and it kept taking 30 minutes and I only had 12 and I was like, well, how do I say this so quickly?
Well, thank you for this. For a lot of work.
Okay, I think we should move to the last project of the company.
Do I push open? Or do I push download?
I don't know.
Whoa. Open?
This should not take long time. It's just images.
Open or download? What do I push?
I think, Andrea, do we hit open or download or anything?
It should. He has done open it. I think it's fine.
What is downloading?
Yes.
Cancel that. That's
Give up.
rubbish.
What do I?
Wait.
Wait.
Okay.
It should be.
How big was the file?
Not big. Not going to upload in 2 seconds.
This is like tiny.
I just took 40 screenshots and compiled them together.
And now it's good.
That was so stressful.
Anything that
Okay.
Okay. Phew.
I'll just, okay.
No, you guys want.
All right.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Sorry to make y'all wait a second, but then also apologies. The file was too big, so I just took screenshots of each slide, so things are skewed and everything like that. I'm so sorry. But
Where would we be?
trying to
without-
do quick change.
The quest for resolution.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All righty. So I am Quinn. This is Megan. And we were looking at revitalizing the river that has become extremely polluted and sort of giving back that to the community.
Yeah, so it used to be, I'm not sure how to get rid of the thing along the top, so apologies, but it's the Cartapura Gandanala. Apologies, Pankaj, if I've said that incorrectly. It used to be a river and then it was downgraded to a drain due to the quality of the water, the volume of sewage and rubbish. And that is where our project is focused around. So, okay, so we started, we watched a lot of movies. We kind of tried to submerge ourselves in Jaipur without being in Jaipur. And we pulled a lot from, we ended up reading a lot of like newspaper articles, and through that we kind of highlighted these key issues of the monsoon floods, the mudslides, and that we kind of delved, oh, thank you. We kind of delved into that a bit deeper. And these are some pictures from the previous years that went to the area, and we started to kind of work out, okay, what is jumping out at us? What are these key issues? What are we drawn to addressing? And so this just starts to pull out a few of those, the volume of rubbish, the poor housing quality, this kind of central drain kept coming back to that.
Yeah, so we sort of saw these images and thinking about all the things that Megan had been listing, and sort of we were getting excited about trying to work with the water and find a way to kind of prevent these issues that we were seeing as we were watching the movies and taking that virtual tour. And then we ended up, down arrows. Sorry about that. So then we ended up thinking, obviously, like we're very interested in the water. So just kind of looking at the map that Erica had showed earlier, the permeability of different areas. And you can kind of see the darker area there is where it's very non-permeable, and there's be a lot of flooding more in that general region. And then also it was, again, touched on a little bit earlier, a chart sort of looking at the water demand and sort of the scarcity that is going on in Jaipur and sort of the projected 10 years out and what that'll be like.
There seemed to be quite a clear kind of disconnect between the amount of rainwater coming in the monsoon season that is running off, flooding, being essentially wasted, and then this issue of there not being enough water. So we wanted to connect those issues.
So then we're sort of thinking, okay, how is this going to connect to the community aspect? So sorry about the screenshot issue there. There should not be a circle on this map. But so we're looking at sort of what households have a water supply and how much, and basically the paler areas are the ones in greater need of water supply. And then also looking at water sources and disposals. So sort of where along Jaipur there are access to water and where there is not, and things like that. So then, oh, and this map never loaded for me. I'm extremely sorry about that. It'll be on the next slide though. But so again, thinking, okay, what does the community need? Public toilets would be pretty nice to have, along with kind of combining that idea of using the monsoon water to supply for the needs of a community, finding out where those public toilets are along in Jaipur. With all these maps combined, there's the sort of the network of pipes and things in Jaipur. So we picked one location and sort of highlighted it along these different maps to sort of see what is going on. And this was the site of interest for us.
Yeah, we kept coming back to this drain that used to be a river, and we felt kind of all of the issues that we touched on, that the wider studio touched on, really kind of converged in this site. So our kind of map overlays reinforced that. So we decided to zoom in on that site, make that our kind of our project focus. So zooming in, so the site, the drain is the red line on the map. So we zoomed in and we started kind of assessing the conditions around this drain. So we've already acknowledged, accepted that there's issues of waste, there's issues of it being kind of empty most of the year round, it then not being able to manage the high volumes of rain that come in the monsoon, but there was kind of wider issues. So we wanted to not just like revitalize the river, we wanted to see, okay, what is this a catalyst for within the rest of the city?
So knowing that one of the major forms of transportation is walking, we figured that it would be pretty good to connect certain areas of the city together. And we were looking at the lower income areas, which are shown in the darker gray here, and sort of how there's that big urban core that connects up to the walled city, and how to get people from this area over to that area, taking a 10-minute walking radius and just sort of seeing how reasonable that would be. Seems pretty fair. And then the last thing, we were noticing that there was a lack of green spaces throughout Jaipur, which that map below shows kind of how in each of those little circles, there's only like probably one spot of green space. And of these spaces, not a lot of them are public. And again, I think Erica talked about that, it's being less than 6%.
So we kind of we identified that we wanted to address these issues and we wanted to do it with water as the main focus. So we started by, okay, looking at, right, what are the existing systems in place for rainwater capture? How is the water kind of dispersed through the city? How is it structured? And we ended up identifying, kind of overlaying a lot of previous information, and there's kind of a clear gap essentially around where we were looking in water infrastructure, as well as kind of just getting an idea of, okay, the monsoon season, understanding that actually it's not rain that is going to fall frequently throughout the year. It's going to be very heavy rain on a certain number of days, and that kind of shifting as we kind of look forward. It's going to become heavier rain, but on kind of more sporadic days. So just to kind of really understand the context of the water and the availability of it. And then we just wanted to, okay, so
water use strategies.
Yeah, essentially.
Great water collection.
There's a history of using architecture to collect rainwater, especially in Jaipur with the step wells, with previous projects that have looked at various market canopies. And then we just did a little bit of research on other typologies in similar climates in other countries.
With all this information, we decided to step back for a second, really kind of evaluate what we wanted to accomplish. Again, going over the major issues, the flooding and the water shortage, the lack of affordable housing, and the lack of infrastructure. Just kind of thinking with those in our mind, how we're going to go forward. And then we sort of have this proposed solution, which we'll kind of go through as we continue on. So kind of going step by step. First is to redefine the boundary along this river. Since there has this existing site condition, do you want to explain?
Yeah, so we zoomed into the river, pulled up the existing site condition. We noticed that not only is the drain in fairly poor repair, the edge, there is no connection with the water. It's kind of quite heavy bush and like green growth. And there's a lot of trash, but also there's a lot of housing starting to really infringe on the edge of the Nala. So that not only is receiving like high levels of flooding, about 10 meters of water during the monsoon season, the housing itself is incredibly poor quality. So that blue line on the housing blocks is indicative of how much monsoon flooding they can get at the worst times. And then there's kind of a central, it's almost like blocks, which is not the correct word, I'd say. It's more like a grid. And these kind of between each house is the drainage channel. There's a lot of houses that are sort of sneaking in rear access. There's kind of, the houses are not up to what we kind of see as, basic.
And like, the lack of pipes and things throughout the city. So then that water comes right off the street into the drain or the river, and obviously the pollutes.
So we kind of made this very basic diagram, which shows that we would like to redefine the border to allow the water to essentially be captured and stored and utilized where it hits the housing. And then by removing the houses in red would be the ones that would be needed to be removed to allow us to capture the water, but also those that are kind of most in danger of infringing on the drain itself.
Is that where the monsoon-related flooding comes from?
Yeah, there's a flood zone.
And then the green housing is where we would kind of utilize empty sites and infill that with a proposed improved housing to absorb those people being displaced.
Thinking about that a little bit more. A big thing that Megan and I wanted to touch on is not displacing people too far away from where they are. So we want to make sure that all these infill sites everyone that would live in a certain area does not have to go incredibly far away. Perfect. So kind of looking pretty diagrammatically, but basically all the houses are in danger, lack of permeable surfaces, housings are being flooding. We're going to take out the ones that are in the most dangerous spots, allow for some plant strategies so that the water could seep back into the ground a little bit before continuing wiping out. And then after doing some study, we realized that of all the houses in danger that we felt comfortable, like they were in a bad spot. So we were trying to be really respectful and scarce about how many houses we removed. But in total, it ended up being about 7,500 that we had to relocate, but we are providing 9,000 like possible infill locations.
People, houses.
Yeah, people to live in houses in these infills. Sorry about that.
Just to clarify, we're not removing 7,000 houses. Oh, I pushed down, but I don't know if it worked. It's okay. I don't want to push too many times in case it runs past me. That doesn't bode well.
Should we go? Pankash is suggesting going to the forward.
Oh, we're moving.
back.
There, sorry.
Sorry
Technical
about that.
difficulties. So this just cuts through that idea. So the top is existing site section, gives an idea of, okay, how close the houses are, how poor condition the river is, and then section below, again, I think the brightness of the screen loses a lot of that detail, but luckily we've printed. And implementing this system of capturing rainwater for grey water reuse, as well as ground recharge to maintain the level of water throughout the year, as well as encourage the growth of greenery, but also bringing in elements of kind of safe pedestrian, connecting it to a larger sewer system, and then also connecting that to our infill housing. So it kind of works as a big system where we're hopefully starting to reintegrate water back into the city of Jaipur. And we're aware that the volume of water needed to support this green space, this amount of people, is massive. And we're not suggesting to completely be the provider of all of the water. The logic is that it would help, the grey water used in the homes would help offset the water from the city. So we're reducing the demand on the city that would still be drinking water, but allowing us to plug in that water for kind of toilets, laundry, and so on.
All right, so we've defined the boundary of the site, time to get into the development of it. Sort of thinking of a few key elements that would be throughout the overall site is just the pedestrian path for that mobility, having the green boundary itself with shading from the trees, water strategy of meanders and bioswales, and then those infill housing connections. Getting in a little bit more specific as to where certain spots might be along the map. We wanted to have some public spaces. We have Erica's Market up top at number 1, kind of using her strategy that is kind of down here, and then we're gonna try to pull it a little bit up there. Wastewater collection area, outdoor play, sports, rest stops, bathrooms. We'll get into that in the next slides, but just sort of seeing how it all kind of works as a system together.
Essentially kind of plugging in this spine for not only the use of like the
water strategies.
Yeah, not only improving the water strategies, but also starting to provide some of the infrastructure and amenities that the surrounding community are lacking. So yeah, this is the design of the public toilets. Everything we have designed plugs into the larger water system.
Yeah, you can't
really see it, but
sorry about that.
Yeah, just kind of drawing on local materials, rainwater capture for the roof, natural ventilation, providing just public toilets, washing stations for maybe laundry. That's that kind of bar up front. A very basic amenity, but that's something that doesn't currently
isn't everywhere.
Yeah, is currently in low.
Yeah, again, kind of the basic idea with rest stop, just making sure that there's one every so often along the path so you can rest, enjoy yourself, get some shade. But we want to make sure that there was sort of this ground recharge element, possibly like going through this rock bed. And then also with waste as a concern, we want to make sure that there were available like just simple trash cans along the path, obviously. So we kind of implemented that into this rest stop, and then having so someone can come by, collect it, and then we decided to provide a waste center, since kind of creating that whole system together. So this waste center would sort of look like this, where you can come and store your trash, have bins provided for you to, sort everything where it needs to go. Then the volunteer workers come in, take it back, where it then can either be shipped out to further processing area, things like that. Just kind of, we took some facts of the waste situation currently in Jaipur. So just kind of reiterating why it might be a good implementation to have this along our site.
Yeah, we're aware that we're providing a lot of amenities, like even without kind of thinking about the housing, even sort of bringing so many people to a park, we know it's going to generate waste. And due to the system already being incredibly stressed, the city as a whole, the logic is to actually keep providing, keep providing amenities. There we go. And then that's just one of the more public spaces, just to show that these spaces are floodable. So the river has that kind of flex to flood its banks and absorb the monsoon rainwater without actually endangering homes. But these spaces are both utilized in the monsoon and during the dry season. And that was just a perspective of kind of a very simple perspective of the park and the housing on the edge, which takes us to our section number 3, which is developing the infill housing. So again, just touching on the previous slides, this idea of the housing that's removed in red will be plugged into the sites in green to displace people as minimal as possible. So I think we worked out no one would move more than a 10-minute walk from where they used to live, which we understand is still quite a big change, but it was hopefully a very minimal change. So to zoom in this and kind of develop a precedent that could be plugged in throughout the site, we zoomed into this block here, assessed existing conditions. So we kind of identified there was a loose kind of grid structure. There was a serious lack in any kind of pedestrian priority. You kind of stepped out of your house straight into the road. The rear of the housing, there was a drainage channel, but also kind of zooming around Google Maps, as we all have, we noticed that there was a lot of housing that was accessible from the rear, where larger housing blocks had been split into multiple homes. So there was this kind of narrow channel, but I mean, no, there we go. Again, but these kind of houses have very little natural light because they're wedged into a block. You've got windows kind of only on two facades, so quite a long, narrow house, as well as them not being up to structural code, a lot of them, for kind of the seismic activity. So this is just a kind of a cut through of the existing buildings and to get an idea of kind of what was existing, what we were working with, how people currently live, but also kind of the challenges if there was anything. We wanted to go beyond just plugging a block in and being like, job done, we've crushed it, and actually thinking, okay, how does this impact the surrounding context? So we pulled out this kind of empty plot here. There's a lot of them throughout the blocks where houses either haven't been built yet or houses have been removed. And we thought, okay, so can we define, first of all, can we define the grid? Can we add a very simple, just a pedestrian pathway so that there is actually a definition between what is walkable and what is vehicles? And then this block just shows, this is one of the blocks directly adjacent to the green park. So just showing that kind of connection where that is. And then this is kind of the infill housing we designed, which looks a lot better on the prints.
Oh, I'm so sad.
As it always will. But the logic is that this, the way that it slots into the block, we have a ground floor for kind of building on the idea of plugging in there's like a lack of amenities, the idea of plugging in, okay, is it small cafes, is it shops, is it public health spots? It's kind of a flexible space to do with as the community needs, but that only kind of occupies half the site. The other half is access to the block itself. So the residential access is to the right-hand side, which takes us to these floor plans. So the logic is, if I just flip back, you as a resident would access your house on the right, go around the back to this open, this kind of very open, hopefully very communal stairway, where we were very aware that you could design a house and say, okay, this is for like 4 people, but you can't actually control how many people live in it. We wanted to give it that flex. So we kind of took the circulation outside the building and then kind of showed how we think it could be laid out to allow kind of kitchen space, living space, bedrooms and bathroom. So we kind of tried to develop it with that idea of, okay, maximum occupation, natural light, ventilation. So the center where that square is in the middle would be, thank you, would be kind of a light well that plugs all the way through the block to allow natural ventilation and natural light in. The kitchens to the where the stairwell is, the logic is that there's sliding partitions that allow you to kind of cut that off if you're cooking something smoky, something that smells. You have this natural ventilation, but you can kind of almost kind of give that kind of flexibility, even with kind of the toilets. The logic was, okay, maybe we've designed it for 4, but maybe 8 people will live there. So can we design the toilets in a way that you can use the toilet, the shower, and the sink all at once? Like how can you use the space most efficiently without leaving so much space that it crowds in?
Knowing that it's going to be overpopulated, which is why kind of like the deconstructed bathroom and issues like that.
So that's the first and second floor, and then the third floor is kind of set back to allow more light into the existing housing and just has a smaller configuration. Oh, I went the wrong way, very sorry. And then just a section. So our existing is on the left, and then our proposed is on the left, existing is on the right. So we tried to, even though we had kind of a larger plot, we tried to pull it back from the existing housing to improve the ventilation and the light within the existing context, and then be as efficient with space as we could be, hopefully, without being stingy, which was actually quite a challenge. And then this stairwell to the rear of the building would hopefully be a space that would occupy with, would you kind of prepare food outside? Would you hang your laundry? It kind of hopefully opens up the building a bit more to natural ventilation. And then we just plugged in these, the elevations. So again, the textures haven't appeared, but we're looking at a concrete frame with brick. And building in these natural, building in solar shading to the facade.
Part of the strategy here is that with the solid like gridded structure, even though certain areas are open for whatever reason, if they want to build it in with brick, then that's fine. We wanted to have it a little bit flexible. But then we did want to make sure that we did have those solar strategies in place. So that's why certain areas are filled in for sure.
Yeah, realistically, if we provided a kind of a concrete structure, could they fill it in differently? Would it be brick? Would it be something else? Kind of accepting, I don't know, accepting our lack of control as architects, maybe. And then this is just a perspective of the rear of the block, this idea of opening up that space, that sunlight, that ventilation. And that kind of takes us to our last chunk of how it all ties together, both the housing and the river and the amenities. Yeah.
Going back to that same zoomed in area, looking at all the different systems in place with different hatches, you can see bioswales, meanders, gray water filtration, and the new infill block. Going over that site that we section that we showed earlier, kind of looking again at how rainwater can come onto the roof, go down into the tank, be pumped up to the toilets, and then the black water from the toilets being distributed to little like STP collection aeration. I forgot what they're called.
Aeration chambers.
Aeration chambers along the path, so then someone can come and grab the waste, bring it to the waste collection center. Before being distributed again to where it can be processed. But then kind of having the water that comes from there, the black water gets filtered through vegetation before getting back to the river. And then, so those are just for certain, it was more of an aesthetic thing, so they didn't have to be there, but just that would be where the gray water would be filtered, just kind of through the bending of the vegetation. Yeah. And then the overall system diagram, again, explaining the piping through the building and then having how each house has, you know, the street water runoff or just their own gray water and things like that, kind of being collected into that bioswale in between the road and the pathway. So hopefully it gets absorbed there. And then the black water coming out of the infill housing, being waste, solid waste getting collected, the sludge, and then moving the water into the filtration, and then that cleaned water comes out to either go into the river or maybe back to the house, pumped back if they need more gray water. And that is the general idea. Oh, you can't really see the map there, but thank you guys.
Yeah, might be clearer on from the.
Yeah, I think the line may not show up very well.
That's so bad. I mean, your angle is worse.
Yeah, I think the way it is, it comes out quite bright.
I was like, it's this look like that.
Then it's all just different. I'm glad it looks good.
A lot of changes. I appreciate the level of resolution. I feel the comments that you're going to get will have to do with that's you solve so much of it that it almost will feel a little bit unfair, but overall, great, you know, great work. I think it's very easy to understand the kind of strategies and three levels of intervention. I think it's easy to identify, easy to kind of with the project itself. You know, I love the fact that you toned down the demolition, right? Like it was quite more drastic before, and it seems very thoughtful and resolved, right? Like it's kind of accurate. It's really surgical, right? It's really getting into the idea of building with two facades, it's an infill, with access to 2 points. And you have programmed one side, to create this kind of space, which I think, I do question the concrete. I will question it always, like why is the concrete frame and why is it the way why does it look the way it does? But as a strategy, it is a buffer between an alley and the house. And it is serving a purpose. I would have probably thought, you can think of like, how do you create more amenities and kind of flexible space out of a situation like that? I think it's very.
I think what we wanted to ask ourselves as well is if we propose this more affordable but kind of not to use such a dreadful word, but better housing typology, would there be any scope for the surrounding housing to be replaced if that something to happen? So would this one typology kind of do all the work in the block, or would the block kind of develop to absorb more of those typologies? Yeah, I also understand what you mean about the concrete and brick. I think we were trying to ground it in local context, local materiality, and kind of step away from what we presumed and really understand, okay, what is actually achievable in this context? Like, it's all well and good thing, and this is exactly what we want it to look like. But what would actually be built? Whether or not we got that right, sure.
That must have worked very well together. Usually teams don't produce as much work. So I just have to commend you for that. I always try to team projects myself, but I just think this is remarkable, and I have to especially appreciate what appears to be recent, but subtlety of very surgical removal of pieces, and then a careful strategy with a good deal of sensitivity about the displacement that would occur, and even down to the radius of movement you would require for someone to move from one place to another. It also strikes me that the new housing would represent increases in density and increases in quality, perhaps over typical context buildings, which would be a kind of compensation for the trouble of people having to move from one place to another. So that I think that's a palatable thing within the larger context. No one's jealous that they get a nicer house because they had to go through the misery of moving from one place to another. I would be interested in the hypothetical future of time to know what the criteria would be for some buildings that appear to have been allowed to remain very close to the waterway, and others that have been pulled back from it. But in the few instances where I observe it, it kind of looks like there'd be a good reason
So
why these, for instance, remain.
Yeah, so we tried, and this is actually something that would have benefited this presentation in retrospect, as always is. But what we did when we kind of, after midterm, we got this like huge big map, we got the trace out, and we're like, okay, realistically, how do you decide, like, how do we decide who stays and who goes, what gives us that right? Big technical question. But we started by kind of, okay, look, these are the schools, these are the hospitals, these are kind of industry. Yeah, very well established industry. Can what we move be primarily residential? And then within that, can we kind of pick up the housing that is, from what we can tell from that Google Maps, actually encroaching on the Nala quite significantly? So yeah,
More use space analysis rather than obviously like with the flood as a part of it, but we can't uproot an entire school. So we were like, okay, yes, you have to stay, but so yeah, that's kind of, we went along bit by bit, analyzing sort of what was happening in those areas.
I think one thing you guys are glossing over, which you shouldn't, because it's actually something you're contributing to a city that's not there. Right now, this is not a river. It's a sewage drain, and it's filled with refuse and trash. So all of the space that you're showing in green is not park space. It's actually derelict or negative space in the city. So I think one of the most important things that's hopefully happening because of this project is the improvement in the remediation that you're proposing to water. You're stopping the solid waste from going in, or you're stopping the sewage from going in. You are actually creating public park space that doesn't exist. It's blank space, but it's not recreational or ecological space. So I think it's important to recognize that there's a power to giving thousands of people who live in that area for the first time in their life an actually usable ecological urban territory.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was a comment like you had for one of the great guest speakers we had, but it was that people living in kind of low income housing are the ones who don't have access to green space, public space, safe play space. So
They
in
don't have
general,
access and they also don't have the economic means. I mean, they're working all the time because they're really at the bottom of that ladder. So for them to have this proximity right outside, I mean, it almost like the worry is that now you're going to gentrify the neighborhood because everyone wants to live on a water park, right?
I think, I wonder if that comes into kind of looking at it in a larger scale, does that come into policy? So, you know, the housing we're building, how do you keep that as affordable? How do you stop that being sold at a higher price? Is that's something that's on our municipal level?
But it's also a question of ownership. The question that, you know, those were probably single houses that are being removed, and now you're in a housing situation where it seems that you're renting. It's a very different position. I think it's a necessary thing based on what you are working on, but it's another question, like that. And I wonder, like, it's probably something that you did explore, the fact that how do they live at the moment, right? Like, are these, you know, blocks that you have identified, are they communal housing or, you know, kind of multi-family housing situation?
There's about 4. So in the tightest of conditions, which is the section down here in our existing, there is, even though it's kind of 2 stories, 3 stories, within each floor, there's actually about two apartments, two flats. Yeah.
Existing, yeah.
So the logic is kind of at the moment where the block is like long and thin, and there's maybe 2 apartments kind of this way. The logic is to kind of take that swivel on the side so they both get the sunlight and ventilation.
I feel that in many ways, and it's just like you could optimize it to actually show a potential future of subdivisions where, because as it is right now, I can see like there are 2 bedrooms, for instance, that can block off and be private for every unit. And then there's this kind of interstitial space, which is kind of a living room next to a kitchen, that I also want to be able to block off that kind of living room space as a separate unit.
Right.
So that kind of requires you to shift the kitchen in that space. And they rethink the central light well to be more rectangular, perhaps the circulation there.
Yeah.
Right. And then you start to organize space based on this kind of future populations that might
Different sort of
yes.
variations.
So you get, it's amazing, the attention and home love. that you pour into this. I'm just curious because I see it detailed here.
Yeah.
The market, is this?
No. So that's the waste center. That is right. Oh, where'd it go? Here, sorry. So that would be the waste center, and the market is actually here.
Right.
We didn't design it. We kind of just had Erica kind of create it.
And you know, in the name of teamwork.
Master plan.
Now, I really love the rest stops.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts. Because they're so calm. Yeah, it would have been, I mean, just why not go on and do the market?
And if we can join Haley next semester, we'll get back to you.
So I'm curious about you have kind of the smaller building methods like the public toilets, rest areas that are happening throughout. How does those connect to this kind of infrastructure for waste? Instead of being like a kind of local, like one unit, like imagine that you're here and it takes me 30 minutes to walk based on your walking circles, right? So 30 minutes to walk there, I'm not taking that price. So what is?
Yeah, so basically, rest stops with the trash bins are located about every like 5-minute walk or something like that along the path. And then the idea is we made the path wide enough for the trucks to go down, So then we're thinking maybe at a late hour of night, a truck comes by, enters all the, like obviously like.
Walking paths.
Yeah, so like these walking paths, hopefully, obviously it's not ideal, but I'm thinking like maybe just 1 hour a night, a truck comes by, empties it all, and bring it to the waste center. Or obviously like, however they want to do it, maybe like we're hoping like a truck because it's easier and quick, but maybe it's just some guy coming by grabbing it, but.
Well, given the dexterity with which you put through the housing problem, I feel confident you could zoom in on the logistics of the waste management. I'm a little dubious that the current quantity is sufficient to the task.
And then sorry.
I do wonder if the increments as well, so where, you know, are we developing a certain number of housing in the infill, and establishing a waste center, and then after a certain amount of infill housing is reached again, is there actually kind of a reevaluation? So that site is there, okay, is there one that's included here or here, like, do we start? We would like, I mean, this is a detail we would love to go into, but that idea that the proposal of the amenities that we're putting in would hopefully respond to the volume of housing, so that the need and supply kind of works cohesively.
But I think maybe one thing that maybe is a culturally specific thing to India and to urban India, the waste centers are actually ways for the very poor people to make money, because so people will sort through trash and take the beer bottles, take the newspaper, take the paper products, take the metal out by hand, because nobody sorts at home. So actually, you're right. I mean, 30 minutes is, I mean, I won't walk with my trash bag, but depending on how much value there is, that becomes a mode of livelihood for 100 people. Say, okay, we'll actually earn $4 a day because we'll collect all the recyclables and we'll take it to the sorting center. So it's actually very much a part of the daily economy of urban India for the poor.
I don't know how much of a analogy there is between the Marigny neighborhood where I live and this in Jaipur, but our recycling goes out and gets sorted by people walking by. Unfortunately, it results in a very big mess every week. So kind of thinking through how those informal economies, what kind of consequences they produce. Because the only thing of value to recycle in New Orleans is the aluminum cans. Right? So I've taken actually sorting them in my house, put them on the top of the stack in the trash can, and just trying to kind of alert people that you don't actually have to throw all the rest of our recycling into the street.
Here's what you want.
Here's what you're after.
I think that's the hope that actually, okay, you would plug it out of the refuse bins, and then that kind of, the overspill of mess and trash happens at these designated waste centers. So we're, accepting that we can't control that, but then we can designate it within a certain area.
Curious to understand how that, what's been called attention to, this green space. It looks wonderful and inviting and kind of presumes the resolution of many problems that exist right now that are being addressed subtly within your work. But I'm guessing that what happens upriver has a lot more to do with what's happening here than anything you're able to accomplish in your scope.
Right. Well,
but I'm just wondering if there's some. That's why I was intrigued with the little retaining walls there. There's kind of zoning that's happening within your park where these bits where the houses used to be, they're relatively a few steps away from that open water. Those are kind of actually like you're describing. And then it's going to take 50 years for it to get green and park-like all the way down to the water's edge. But in the meantime, there's a little bit of what you're doing that I'm finding plausible. Let's say the first band of 10 meters or 20 meters beyond the housing.
We had thought about doing that. Obviously, like first when we were designing, we're like, okay, here's 10-year plan, 50-year plan, like 100-year plan, just sectioning it off. So that hopefully, like, it would be a slow process to actually get it to meet standard that would probably be the most enjoyable, but hopefully it's good there.
We finished. Thank you for the housing proposal. I look at housing proposals all the time, and I just students rarely exercise restraint in the production of a housing proposal. And you did here, and housing proposal is that the street facing portion of it is all the private spaces.
Right.
If I'm understanding it correctly. And
Right.
so it wouldn't surprise me that much if a family reversed use in some of
Yeah,
those
they don't,
rooms, where a little balcony onto the public street might be most intelligently connected to the living room or the room that was being used commonly, whereas the bedrooms might prefer the quietude of the rear portion of the house.
Right.
I think you're thinking that it's loaded through that backside, and so the first thing you experience in the loading path is the living room path, so that makes a degree of sense. But yeah, it might, so there might be some tweaking possible to give a little publicity to that front face, but that's a small thing, but I don't want to bury my compliment, which is that there's a degree of restraint and careful thought about the pieces here that I really am impressed by.
That's a really interesting point, because you were strategically doing the opposite, and it may or may not be right.
Right.
But you were actually forcing this to work. So people go to enter here, you are opening the alley, no?
Yeah.
And then you are making the alley be the access, as opposed to keep the alley as a kind of back trash place.
Right.
You are trading one thing for the other. You are really valuing the alley and giving light to the alley and giving life to the alley at the expense of if you were going to do this for a developer, the developer would say, come on, put here the stair, put here the living rooms, and don't make my life hard. You know? But you are doing an operation in which you are actually forcing the way. You know? But maybe the interesting thing would be how the typologies here would be flexible enough to keep doing things, which I think is completely flexible. Many people would just say, okay, I'm going to have here this bedroom, but I'm going to have here my living room.
The alternative might be to put the stair in the light wall. And if it was a delicate enough stair with enough space around it, you do two elements of infrastructure simultaneously, and then that gives you more space within the same spot. So, it's how.
Why do you? Hey, come on, you have given me that reason at 20 times. Step up, thank you. I don't want to thank you. What you tell me.
Well, we did want to activate that alleyway, like I said, like give it life, and then hopefully, if they identify it as their public space, it would be their sense of, we're gonna keep it nice. So that's kind of what, I mean, we didn't really propose it being in the middle, but I wonder if it would still have the same effect being central, and then if that alleyway would still kind of be.
Yeah, we were driven by.
That's why you were so generous with spaces of entrance here in the alley. The space that there was some people eating here.
Yeah, that kind of, yeah.
The setback square here.
Yeah.
Because you have all the setbacks.
Yeah.
Kind of going, we did like.
Yourself.
Sorry.
This is a theme in your studio.
That was a good idea. So we sort of played around with the ideas while designing of what is public space versus private versus community space. As in, yeah, there's a giant park for everybody, but your little, I don't want to call it neighborhood block, but your little area, what's your community area? So that's kind of what we were hoping that space could potentially be.
Yeah, driven by design not to create dark, trash-filled, dangerous alley. The hope of splitting it around would activate that, but not happening. But I do like the idea of well, I'm not even going to do that, but just the idea of, okay, this is maybe one iteration that works. What else can, what could that evolve to? What else could that happen? And again, yeah, more time would be good for multiple typologies to actually start to think about before you try to relinquish control what we have as architects. So, okay, how would you live in this?
Probably possible to do both of them at once.
Right.
Like go back, leave it, and stare forward.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that you proposed one particular housing solution for one site, but given how incrementally the plots vary by a meter or 600
Right.
meters, and they're tiny, that the design would be like robust enough and flexible enough, where in some cases the stair might be in the central courtyard, or it might be needing to flip because the alley is not consistent either. So I think what I do appreciate is that there's a kind of simplicity and the principles are clear, but the parts are mutable.
Yeah. Break.
I wanna add a couple of things. Conceptually, is that this digester, in this case, doesn't need to, can be here. Can be as part of the infrastructure. When you do housing in a formal city, when you do a big operation of housing, you have the substation for electricity in your housing for the entire block. You could imagine that this has some of the neighborhood infrastructure, like the digester. In a place that is more, when you don't have this, okay, you put it in the middle of nowhere, but when you do that, let's go there. Because actually what is really important is this line. This is connected, and this line is taking the small drainage that are in the sides of the streets.
Right.
Instead of letting the drainage enter in the thing. So what you're doing, you are capturing that and you're bringing it to the first step of treatment, either link it to this or for, and then you go to the tertiary. You are missing the most important role of this, because this new thing can by a digester itself. It's the entire block. It's your system.
Probably can't have a cafe out there where you do that, but.
Gonna be underground.
And the other thing is that this thing has the potential, is already ready to be much more hybrid. So this is an urban setting. This is a balcony. This is actually an amphitheater. There's a kind of night movie thing here happening. The interest of this, and that's why I think your intuition that you are putting this in the back, because it's a hybrid. Is hybrid facility for more things. So it's almost there. The potential is there and have started. And I know you have more drawings, but you have plans of this, you have tracks, how the truck center and all that, and you have been restrained enough to say, okay, please show the essentials and not get into the things.
No, I think that the other validation for that is that this is an essential economic driver for the neighborhood. When you're actually providing employment by including that typology in your project.
When this is some kind of link to what how much employment could this generate to then count from the issue of gentrification displacement.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's that, but there's also it's a solution to that waste ending up in the drain.
True.
You're always trying to find multiple validations.
I mean, this is such a dire situation that the gentrification needs
50 years.
a lot more.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're not going to do an economic miracle here. It's going to be a posh people doing the conference.
It's not Notting Hill, no, not yet, not by a long shot.
All right, well, thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you.
I think we're going to the 5-10 minute break for the very urban greetings. Like we
We were supposed to have coffee out there, and it seems like
You're back. I was like, no, it was very behind. We needed that kind of okay.
I'm glad.
No. Yes. Thank you. Well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Presentation together.
Sorry.
No worries. I was just trying to.
So, Sean, do you have the presentation in box?
Oh, yes.
Let me know where you see it so I can find it.
It's in the, yeah, if you go back out to, it's in my folder under student folders.
Okay. Do you want to leave prepare your presentation? We can put to download your presentation.
Yeah, Sean Fowler.
Okay.
Final review. and group presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate so much how much in order you do everything.
I mean,
That's great.
it takes a little more time, but every time that you've got to change something or put something together, it makes it easier to.
I mean, I have to run outside a minute. Can you save it here?
Yes.
So whenever it opens, either you, let's see if it opens fine.
It's big. You might want to download it.
Okay. If you want, in case we can download it and just go to downloads and then save it here in group presentations.
Okay.
So we make sure that it's ready.
All right. Sounds good. I go ahead. And you were going to say, and also, Andrea, sorry. Nope. Thank you.
Whatever you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I think it's just downloading now.
Okay, it should be shown here. Okay, well, I leave you. And if you want to download already yours and leave it in the folders to make sure they work, that's fine.
Okay.
I will be back in a minute.
Yep.
I'm expecting. If I can actually yeah. You said that
All joshing around like a million. We only need what, 11? 12?
You didn't want to play it in the break.
I mean, I always want to.
We'll get the chicken fry. Everything's fine. I'll move to bed. Last one down.
There's 7 of us and Pankaj and Andrea, 6 of them. So we need 13, 14 for like chair or what?
No, I need to put. Don't apologize. Just a check. Just laugh. I will not. Don't worry. I am.
No, I'm all right. I'm pretty good. It's like,
Not that. I think there's some things that they're saying, like, yeah. And like, there's a lot of questions on how much. Yeah. But, neither of yours, just the general. No, so quiet. I'm just trying. like, I need a lot, and then it's fine. And also usually like, it is after every act that was. And also you told me how drunk. It was just like, it's not fun, you know, like, it's great because we're gonna. I feel like in the absence of reviews, in the absence of you,
I didn't know what you wanted to say.
He always does that. He like comes in and says like, "Did you do this?" And I feel like, "You did it." So. Okay.
We will want to stay.
I said that was okay though.
I'm very happy. They said that was good. So, I think good. Or it's
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I need a drink and a sweet.
Maybe I'll sit down and watch more days.
That's a lot. Maybe you'll get a big deal. I don't know, we all sushi roll with something.
What do you eat? Where you going?
I was like, you have 3 minutes.
I think the one.
That pop-up's been there for a little while.
So we'll leave this open. Are you ready too, Belinda? Are you ready too, Belinda?
What? Yes.
What?
No, but it was
Free coffee, free food. That's always the best news.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your presentation's already downloaded.
Oh, yes? Okay.
So it's not downloaded, it's downloading. So yes, if we open.
If we can just open it.
Yeah, and we should
and
be
it
able to open it,
works.
on
Okay, so I'm going to leave open these two if they are ready, and we present from box. I will be here to be able to put it.
Okay.
Yeah, we keep talking about it. We're like, she just looks so chic and comfortable at the same time. The second walk in But never all three is required.
It's open. Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah.
This is what happened before.
Should we all download our project or presentation right now or wait?
I think because this one is taking a long time. Is it? It has like many slides. So
No,
oh,
just 6 or 7.
no, it looks good. No.
No, that looks right.
No, it's supposed to be black.
What?
Supposed to be black. This.
Yes. Or I mean, I think it was black text.
Okay. This computer is not going to like us after today.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially because I thought it was plugged into Ethernet as well, so things are just slow up here apparently.
Oh, really? Wild. I can't even imagine that.
Did you try to compress it? How big is this?
What?
How big it is?
It's
not that big.
Yeah, it's like 170 megs.
Let me see if Esther is well.
Say 170.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
I mean, we tried to downsave it. It was just using a bigger drawing. So
I don't think it's going to work like this.
okay.
Let me see. Maybe I cancel Esther's because both.
There's. I've got a USB drive.
Do you want to try to connect your computer?
No, I've got a USB drive. I can just put it on my drive and hook it to here, and we can just copy it on.
Which one? Yes. The thing is that we are sharing and sharing. Yeah, but I think. Yeah. Please.
No, everything that the business school doesn't want, it's already good.
Oh.
How long have you been for?
I had so much fun. I I was in Japan, going to probably delicious.
Oh, no.
Okay, I think plug it here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, can you move your phone? I need the USB-C sort of cable. There might be one over here. No?
But we can this it chart.
Okay, let's just charge it. Okay.
For a short time, and then we. Yeah.
Not really?
No, that's right, or it should be.
This is strange.
Is it?
No, I don't know about it.
You want a normal USB?
It is, but it's set up for Windows and not for
Okay.
Mac, maybe.
But I can give you a normal USB.
Okay, yeah. If you've got one, I can copy it on there. Sorry, I thought that would work. I'm sorry, apparently I'm causing all sorts of
No.
challenges today.
Let's try to be honest, it's the same issue, and I think it's the internet that is not really fast here.
I couldn't, it kept crashing the computer. We've had so many technical problems today, besides the box with water.
Oh my god, the pot thing. That was wild.
Yeah, maybe that's how we gotta go through it. There's never an easy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's good talking.
This coffee is exactly what I
I
needed.
know. Like slap.
We were fishing that.
See what they produce.
The answer was actually looking to also add a bottle of bourbon, but we couldn't find it.
I think I have a shot of rum in my backpack. We can split it up.
Even business school.
I put it back on top of your backpack.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think both of those should be.
I think it's there.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I don't mean to sound negative,
Yeah,
but like this is the like.
let's
the
cross
ice cream.
fingers. Yes. Okay.
I mean, it's.
Thank you so
Uh-huh.
much.
Sorry about
No. Thank you for helping. Let's see.
Matthew has a thumb drive. If you want to just hold it.
Oh, Andrea just. We just use Andrea. So.
I stopped us. They were taking an hour and a half now. Oh, really?
It's because, okay, Erica told me that I was supposed to save the map as JPEG.
Yes.
Other one grayed out. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it worked. We're ready. Okay. Technology. Yeah, I got one. I got yours already. I think Sean, Belinda, Esther, it's your turn.
You're not imported. I speak AI. I feel like every time I do poster files, the color or something is always just like off.
Just in case.
We talk about that.
Is that whenever you guys are done with the presentation, I'll let you know what is yours, okay?
Yes.
So can I download mine after we present?
Yes. Yeah, great idea.
I think because yours is like general history and then I can talk a little more about the.
Okay, we're good.
That's amazing. I can't imagine doing that.
He's gonna be really busy.
No worries, Carol. It took us forever. That's fine.
Well, if only we knew we had brought cappuccinos and espressos.
Yeah, would have had time.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So now it's the turn of the second half of the class, but they have been working their proposal in the peri-urban growth. So I let them introduce this. Oh, sorry. Oh, no.
It should be the little screen thingy over here, right?
Emmanuel?
There's a bar at the top that says zoom.us.
At the very
Ah.
top.
Window?
View.
View?
Yeah,
It's meeting, isn't it?
Meeting.
Yeah,
so it's at the bottom.
now. Okay. Okay, now. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. We are the second team for the second part of the presentation to this afternoon. We are working, as you know, in Jaipur. Do you know how many years, how old is Jaipur? Jaipur is almost 300 years, to be exactly 294 years of which was founded for the Maharajah Sawai. Also, the construction of the city began 1 year before in 1726 and took like 4 years to complete the mayor roads, office and palace around the city. Also, year by year, the population and immigration are increasing the numbers in the city too. That's why the city is like full of color, many atypical stairs around the city too, and especially a lot of traditions and history.
And so from that history of Jaipur starting in the early 18th century to today, the population has grown to just at 4 million people. And by 2025, it's projected to increase by another 500,000 people at minimum. So the population has, as was mentioned earlier, already doubled in the last 25 years. It's projected to do the same even more quickly. And this growth is expanding all directions out of the city, but predominantly to the west and the south. And so as 3 individual teams, we all began looking at this peri-urban area, the edges of what was considered the traditional city of Jaipur and how that interfaced with the the rural communities around Jaipur, which were once far outlying towns or satellites and are now becoming just Jaipur. It's growing, it's expanding. And so of the three of us, all of us are engaging in that more western portion of the city. Myself to the west with the lumpy thing labeled 5. Esther.
Okay. This is
Did you want to point out where yours was on the overall map before?
okay. I am in the number 6. Just this far. It is not working, but I am in the number 6 that is located in the northeast of the city, next to many touristic and point of interest
Esther, we're just
places.
introducing real quickly where each of us are.
And mine are the red squares around the city in the peri-urban edge that could be implemented along the major roads of the city.
Okay. Only as a reference, my intervention and analysis of the site will be focused in housing, specifically affordable housing. The site, as I commented, is located to the northeast of the city, next to many touristic places. As a reference, the site is located in a small village that is called Rangnahar. The population in this place is about 1,000 people that live in this kind of district. The people that live there, more of them are practice the Muslim religion. Also, we found that the education is sharing 50% between male and female too. And also, the percentage of literacy in this place is about 56% of the city. This small village represent exactly, Jaipur represent the 5% of the total population of Rajasthan, that is the state that Jaipur is located, and represent the 0.28% of the India population.
And so my proposal is a community hub, and yeah, it's really zoomed in, but it would happen along the other outer urban edge of the city of Jaipur. And the goal would be to revitalize the existing urban settlements in the peri-urban zone by providing better infrastructure that would give people equal access to health, education, amenities and services, and create more job opportunities for the people in the peri-urban area, as well as a magnetic force for the people in the urban zone as well, that could come in and provide services like teaching and doctors and all, and also pulling people from the rural area that could serve also people in the rural plus the peri-urban.
And then for the third proposal, the two major issues identified for this part of the city and of the region are what happens to the already very bad water crisis when even more people get added, when the urban areas grow even further, and there's even less pervious surfaces, even less recharge of groundwater. And then what happens to the green, the ecological and agricultural lands as the city continues to expand. And so the third proposal is taking a look at creating targeted interventions to preserve green and ecological lands, and to capture runoff, rainwater, and begin to recharge the groundwater in the parts of the city that that are already in even more dire situations than the urban area as a whole. And so that's broadly the peri-urban perimeter of Jaipur, what the challenges that we'd identified were, and the introduction to three of the proposals which begin to address these different challenges in their own ways. So, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, as I mentioned some minutes before, the place that I will be working is located in the district of Rangnahar. That is a place that is located to the northeast of the city. Oh yeah, it's located to the northeast of the city of Jaipur. As we can see here, there are too many areas of importance in that place in Jaipur, divided in like two metro areas. The Jaipur Heritage Area, where is the place that all the tourism and all the points of interest are located. And the other place is Jaipur Greater Area, that is next to the place that I am working. Exactly, my point is located in the middle of those two areas. As we can see here, this is a Jaipur income map. The area that I am working is to the northeast. And as we can see, the black part is that we don't have any reference about the income level of the people, because there are many immigration in that place. As I mentioned before, Rangnagar practice two important religions for them. That is one of the Anoki, and the other one, sorry, is the Muslim religion. We don't have many reference about the income level of the people that live actually around this area, but there are many slums that are located in all the Rangnagar area. The most important thing of this place is that it's located to, as I mentioned, many points of interest, mezquitas, the Naharaj Fort, and the Hanuman Temple that is always visited for people that make tourism in Jaipur. This is some photos of the place that I am working. The place that I am working, I call that Dargah Goli Well Baba. That is the place. It is an abandoned place. There are many housings that are constructed, I think, many years ago, but there are not any reference about this place. But there are a lot of construction that it will be important to make an intervention, because the quality of housing and life that have the people actually, I think, will be better, or we can improve their quality of life if we make an intervention of this place. As I mentioned it before, this is the kind of stairs that are typical in the place of Rangnagar. Rangnagar is, as I mentioned, is a place that we found many slums around the area, and many slums that are around the site that I am planning to work. The 3 photos in the bottom are part of the tourism places that are around this area. This is the place, the number 6, the site that I am planning to work. If we go to the numbers, the perimeter of the site is about 1 mile. That is about 5,200 square feet. Also, we found I cannot see the map. I think the image is too big. Okay, the reference of the map that I am planning to work, it's located here. This is part of the sites. There are all these exciting existing buildings actually in the place. As we can see the lines, the white lines, is the possible road that exists and that to access to this place that is located next to the mountains. This is the place that I am working. I think the image is too big.
Yeah, it's at 147, but we have 100.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the thing is that it's not clicking. Yeah, it is not clicking. It's the computer. Okay. We can see like that. It's very interesting. Yeah, let's try to open it. Okay. No, ya está atascado. Está ahí. Dale a la flecha mejor. Despacio, porque no sé. Ah, vale. Sí, muchas gracias. Those 2 buildings are constructed, but the problem is that there are not any intervention around the area. It's only concrete buildings. There are many houses. Every house have a measurement of 40 by 11. But the 40 is shared between the back house and the front house. And actually, they are used, they constructed 2 story places. Every floor is 11 by 20. For example, one of the bigger buildings have 237 square foot by 40 feet, sorry, to make interventions. There are approx per house in the front. It's about 16 houses and 16 houses at the back too, 32 in the medium size building of this place.
Maybe it's that you want to say that this is one of the examples of failed slum relocation.
Yeah.
That is half built, not really finished, semi-abandoned, and even mined by the slum builders around taking material. So what you are trying is to restore and make functional the slumber location.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you so much. The idea at the first time, it was to take the strategy that they use in every house, because at the first time we didn't have the reference of how the house is building inside. We can see perhaps a part of ventilations or why they have like on the top many holes to enter lights or something. I consider that first is part of the culture in Jaipur, because the use of courtyard is small or bigger, it is important for the culture in Jaipur city. Okay, this is like a perspective view of how the place is located. We have slums around the area and the mountains in the other side. To the part of the southeast, we have like a many touristic places. And if you cross the mountain, you have the Pink City that is very well known for the people that make tourism in Jaipur. Okay, I'm sure how small now. Okay, this is the existing or original floor plans that I did first to deduce how they are managing the circulation inside the house. I did two different floor plans, assuming that two different kind of stairs that are typical in these Rangnagar slum places. This is another view. This is part of the elevation that I worked there with the big hall that exists in the middle for the 4 houses. We have one house here and one house in the other place. And in the back, we have 2 houses too. This is part of the sections that I did. And I would like to, I'm not sure what happened here with this, but I have this drawing better there. I'm not sure what happened there, but this is the distribution and the measurements of every pavilion or buildings that are existing actually. Between every buildings, we have like a 20 feet or 30 feet to walk or as used as a public way. Okay, this is part of the intervention. This is the idea of how to make the perhaps redesign of this of those buildings, with the idea of not giving like more spaces as the first time, but giving circulation of air, also giving really good restrooms to use and a space to share with the family, and small bedrooms and some part of ventilation using balconies. One of the balconies or patios will be in one place and the other one will be public, because instead of using the other stairs inside, we are planning to use public stairs to go to the second floor and make like a one whole piece in every floor. Okay, the idea of the roof is to use the collection of water for the place, using precedent of I think the Rio Olympics, that they use this kind of roof that receiving water from the rain. we will have like a two different collection of water. The first one is to go inside the houses, and the other one to take advantage of all the public spaces that we can collect at the same time water. What is the idea of that? Using one side as a patio, as a private space, and the other place we will use as a street for public circulation. The idea of the design is that trying to receive, for those buildings to receive a little of the sun that is coming from the east at the same time. Here we will create individual places. And this is part of the intervention that I did, considering the mountains, considering the idea of using vegetation, adding vegetation, because there are not vegetation at that time. And those are some ideas. This is the perspective view that I worked. This is part of the view of the facade of part of the complex. And this is the idea how we can see the houses. This is the idea of using the bounding area to collect the water and put some vegetation at the same time. That's it. Thank you.
Hi guys, that's great. I'm sorry I have to run. I wanted to see the rest, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Something was not working on the slide, and this is the programming. This is and the measurements of the side.
So you have to install a system that works in duplex units, no? That work here in vertical. And the ventilation is only through the courtyard, and it's a structure that has a little kind of manholes with very vertical stairs to go up and down. And what we are doing is to transform this into you're transforming this unit into
So you took us through like a very long trip, you know, to kind of understand the site and why you're placed there. But I don't recall you mentioning why this building failed. Why is it a failed relocation? What are the problems with this structure?
I think one of the reasons of that is that because we have this imaginary land here to have access to the place, but the problem is accessibility to the place because we have like a different distribution of slums here, and the streets are atypical. They don't have like a unique measurements for the streets or everything. And the idea for the next part of the intervention of the place is to create accessibility from here. That is the municipality for the Rangnagar village, and to enter from here. That is a place, one here and the other from here to
But I
the
think,
center.
Esther, the question being asked is when these were built 25 years ago, why were they not successful? And I think that we talked about this, that they were very far away. I mean, when you do a slum redevelopment, people who are living in slums are usually working within a walking distance radius of their homes. 25 years ago, this was in the middle of nowhere, so they couldn't get to the people to take them, and there was no water supply. So So it was really failed in that sense. What has happened in the intervention, as we know, and we know, that the city has expanded so much, grown so much, that now the new slums have basically come to the edge. So now they're part of the.
So I just wanted to add on to that. I don't think I've ever seen quite as dismal a scheme, this type of dwelling.
In a very hot dry climate, basically they would break ovens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The reason why I bring up this question of what are the larger issues that cause the failure is because I think, before getting into the specifics of the architecture, there are probably some issues to resolve, right, that are kind of holistic, and citywide, that speak about access, that speak about resources. And if those are resolved, then we can start zooming in, and getting into the actual details, right? So how do you bring people in? How are you creating kind of a mixed use setting out of what used to be a residential complex, so that all these amenities, all the kind of labor and jobs that were, nearby, the other slums actually happen relocated here. So it creates kind of a self-sufficient, like, redevelopment for it. So it's not just housing again.
Yes, you are correct with that. As a Peruvian, we have the same problem with many places that are constructed as similar like that. And the problem is the intervention of the government. I consider that in many places, bureaucracy sometimes doesn't allow to the people to have access to a new houses. That's why the people decided to make atypical constructions in places that they found more affordable to the incomes. No, that's why I consider perhaps this place was making with a good idea that many people live there, but at the same time was not successful, because I consider if we decided to develop these places, we need the intervention of the government, with the idea that helping perhaps teach to the people new techniques to create their own energy, to learn how to collect the water correctly. I consider that this is perhaps one of the issues that exists. Actually.
Right, but those are issues of inhabitation, right? Like, how do you live there? Now I'm kind of expanding to how do you work? Like, do you have sources of jobs? Do you have a market? Do you have, a school? Things that are kind of necessary for a housing component. And how did those, and what I'm getting at is that you have a massive housing complex that is unsuccessful because of, kind of a lack of resources. And I'm trying to see, there is a very strong rehabilitation project that you have created. But before getting into the weeds of that, I'm kind of piecing out, like, does it need more? Does it need these kind of services, like more buildings that serve the people that live here? So that now this.
I have here, this is the map that I couldn't show in the presentation,
Okay.
that was overlapping.
Yes.
As we can see here, we have the public activities here. It will be a school here. Here we will use a place for like a workshop, and this part of this meeting, it is considering as a commercial place, that the idea is to generate money for the people selling their products, because we have in this place many tourism attractions, and perhaps we can call the people that is making tourism to come to the place. That's why we consider that those buildings that are atypical to the other ones will be considered as a part of the community, including, like, I'm not sure what is the name that you call here when you have like the kitchen to put to the community kitchen, right? Yeah, to consider that part. We have playgrounds here, 1, playground 2. using for the school, playground 3 here, playground 4 here, and all the orange places will be the public streets to access to all the people that live around the area. Those greens that we can see here in areas, we consider parks for people that live in this part of the complex to the other one, and they have another one to this place to use for the children that go to the school here.
No, it's great that you have actually thought about this. And I don't know if it's that it wasn't mentioned or I just missed it, but it's, you know, like it's certainly a very important part of your proposal.
I didn't mention in the presentation because my map was overlapping, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And you know, it is important because it shows that you can live here and that there, you know, proximity to things that are necessary to sustain, you know, actually reduce. You know, and then getting into the proposal, I think it's I was wondering where you were going with the idea of stairs, right? Like kind of the typologies of stairs, and I was like, well, I don't know where you're headed with that, but you know, it is interesting in the sense that now this stair becomes a facade, right? Like it's a typology that goes outside of the building. It is extremely clever the way that it was transformed from that to that, and I think it's very well done. The resolution of you know the kind of housing, it's amazing to see. The only kind of sad thing that I see is like the majority of the light wells get into the bathroom. It's like sad. But
the house for everybody, it's about living space, living area for almost 350 space of living area, because the total of the area of every house is about 400.
so was before a double height? So
Yeah,
like this was 2 floors, right?
2
So
floors,
you have
only
these
this
2,
square,
and
only
you're
this
changing
square.
that to be a
4
long
houses,
1 floor
yes.
strip.
And actually, because it's a very hot, arid climate, you're actually designing to give as much shade as possible. So actually, just pick up on what you said, the idea of introducing the stair with a screen also dramatically reduces the heat load on the house, because these are not people who can afford air conditioning, or sometimes, you know, even fans. Basically, it really has to be as thermally temperate on its own as possible. So
Which
that also,
the roof also helps with that.
correct. So it
creates yet another.
So actually, so that light well, you know, for the plumbing, you need the shafts and the access for ventilation. But in terms of the daylighting, it's actually the optimal.
Yeah, and the resolution of that is impressive. I think that as a you know kind of building retrofit, it's great. From my perspective.
I don't want to change the subject, but I'm just thinking about the site plan. I'm just wondering if you're taking out some of the housing units at the center, did you consider taking out housing units within these just military type barracks? So to create, you know, I realize the idea of center, accessible from both sections, but I would have
I
loved to
consider your
see that
idea,
explored.
because I consider your idea very important, because I was thinking the same at the first time, by the numbers of the population in India, may thinking about that. That's why to consider that there are narrow spaces between houses. That's why we consider like a private space here to use as a patio, private space, and to use the street that is public way to people.
I mean, that all makes a lot of sense. I just, it's so relentless, you know, as a site.
It was a debate, but the debate was that there's such a shortage of housing that it seems like a luxury to say, oh, there are too many. Well, this is one.
No, but I mean,
This
to
is
leave
one.
those word units in the center, leave those and, yeah.
Those
That takes them out.
This will be part of the public space, public use. It will not have intervention to that.
these are reused in different ways, no? With shops, market, school, workshop areas.
Also, I created another graph with the idea of instead of I didn't post it here because the idea was to show at this time one general idea of that. I created one that is using the two floors. It's like a giving the double of spaces, but is thinking of the double of space for one family. It's thinking about that another family we will not have the opportunity of have a new house.
So what I wonder is like, how do the residents have a level of agency over the developments themselves to, kind of begin to break the repetition? And in your intervention, right, like what you're doing is you're creating these kind of housing units that, I think they're quite functional as they are. But, it's almost like a shotgun. You're going to one bedroom. Yeah. But the question is, for me, it's like, if is that the first floor? And if it is, like, how can it be more flexible for you to, like, I don't know, set up a store where you can sell candy or you can sell, bread, like have a little bakery? Because I'm assuming that in these typologies, you'll go into one of those doors and that's like, like someone's just little store where they make a living, like some things,
Yeah, you are right. I consider your idea really nice because it would be nice to have another income, additional income for the family. The only problem is that the house is very narrow. Actually, it's like a 300 living area that is really short. At least I decided to put like two small bedrooms with the idea of the family with children.
And I think that, the reason why I bring that up is because it feels like an almost like the layout that you have set up for the housing. It's almost a very Western kind of American way of living, where like there's a kitchen, there's a bed, kind of living room that is separate. There's what seems to be like a full-size, queen-size bed, which I assume are all luxuries. Right? Most likely these are bunk beds or like, kind of mattresses on the floor. Like, you can start to think of different kind of ways of living that are perhaps more accurate. And, like eventually, like what I can imagine is they will live here and this can be their, their zone of transaction where they have actual, they do set up a store, they have set up a little kind of restaurant almost like, like mom can cook there and, serve people that come by.
Or you rent the room to other people who can't even afford the whole place. I mean, within the unit, it's interesting. We think of density quite differently here, but there could be 8 or 10 people living in that space.
And again, that's what I wonder. How do you begin to plan for those moments, and how do you create more flexibility? Is there a rethinking of the party wall? Is there a rethinking of the facade? Like how much can you take out? There's some understanding of that's solid, but is it structural? Like, can we actually remove some of that so that it creates, gives you more change? The last comment is just in terms of the elevation. It's quite stark. Hard to see.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a very good suggestion. Really, that rethinking that efficiency that is already here in terms of very, very concentrated planning, and then forgetting that thing and thinking that okay, from the stove and the tap to the facade, that's completely flexible. Anyone can just any kind of use can happen.
I think the one last thing that just goes back to Manuel's earlier comment about why this failed was a severance from infrastructure, right? And I think you've designed this incredible kind of armature and metal, but ideally, this idea of what is that facade look like? It's just basically a steel frame for solar panels. Let it generate, I mean, this is a very hot, dry place with 350 some days in the year. So that screen can become operative as part of the infrastructure, so they don't have to depend on a coal-fired plant or faraway utilities. So it can be, and then you can connect the rainwater off the roof like you're showing. So it also becomes a kind of discrete unit. But anyway, I know we're running out of time.
Okay, thank you.
we should move to the next one?
Yeah.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you.
I'm back to the same problem. So.
I didn't say that. I think Haley implied that.
I just love your blog.
Yes. Okay. What's
You just have so many facts on there.
Okay.
They'd be like, Sean said
Oh,
that.
what have I done? Sorry.
Wow.
I wanted to do this. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
So well together, we're the same person.
Just remove this. Okay, well, hi, my name is Belinda, and for this research studio and Rajasthan cities in Jaipur, I'm proposing a peri-urban community hub prototype implementation in Vindhyaka. And so my interest in the urban edge came from a passage I read in The New Landscape by Charles Correa, where he says that there's not enough crevices left in the urban city. And so in order to, we need to readjust the pressure points of the existing city. No? Okay, I'll just slide it this. Okay, and so just quickly, a quick analysis of Jaipur's urban growth throughout time. You can see that it keeps expanding expansionally into the urban, agricultural area and rural area. Okay, I'll just slide. And then looking at the urban density, how it's super dense within the city limits, and then it gets a lot lower on the peri-urban edge. Sorry. And then here I have mapped out the building commercial and mixed use footprint, and you can see that a lot of it is concentrated in the city center, but that there's still this development happening along the major roads. Here we've got the main infrastructures and services mapped out again, very much concentrated in a single point in the city, but then it gets more or less dispersed on the outer edge. And so here I've come to define the urban limit, the rural limit, and in between that space, you've got the peri-urban zone, where you still get some urban development, but a lot smaller, that keeps happening along the major roads, highways, and train line. And so there's this expansional growth happening outwards, but there's also this migration happening into the city of people living in the rural areas and in the peri-urban area that come to the city center because there's more and better infrastructure and services, and also a lot more job opportunities. And so what I'm proposing here is a community hub implemented in the peri-urban zone, where there's already a strong concentration of urban settlements that would provide basic and better services all in one place that could also be used by the people in the rural area, and as well attract people in the urban zone to come work in the peri-urban zone. And so here I selected one of the arms that growth is happening along. And so here you can see very clearly the density of the building footprint, where it keeps dispersing attenuating when you go outwards into the rural edge. And then you've got still some public transportation, train stations and bus stops, and that kind of stops very much at the rural edge. And so from there, I selected zooming in into one of the stronger urban settlements area along that arm. So here, zooming into that area, we're in Vindayaka. Mapped out again the main infrastructure and services. You can see they are there, but there's more or less, again, very much dispersed, and there's not one single concentration, and so you would have to walk more than 10 minutes to get to all your basic needs and necessities. And then selecting my area in between two bus stops near a train station and where there's vacant land that I could to make my proposal. And just a quick feel of the existing infrastructures in Vindayaka. As you can see, I mean, I did look and there's not much civic administration buildings. And for example, this one is just a post office that's situated outside outdoors, police station, education. There's a lot of schools, and a lot of them are more continuing education and professional schools. So that's something that I would like to implement in my proposal as well, community hub. And you see the supermarkets, they're more or less more convenience stores and not a lot of fresh produce. And so again, that's something that I would like to incorporate in my community hub. My site selection, again, you can see the commercial, more of the commercial use happening along the major road. Again, we've got two easy access points, the train station and bus station, all within 5-minute walk. And so this would be my hub placement selection, 5 minutes from the train station, bus station, and more or less 10 from the train. And here this is just a quick how I would access from the public transportation to my community hub. Again, along this green ecological park that's right in the middle. And a program analysis of what I would like to put in my community hub. I've just mapped out the basic services that would be essential, and kind of notice some similarities that could be grouped together into a flexible social program. And then the rest that are more of the core amenities would be my fixed core program. So site assessment and what I would propose, existing vegetation, then I would add a proposed green pathway along the path from the train station to my site. Vehicular circulation, there's not a distinction between pedestrian and vehicular, so I would like to make it clear clear pedestrian circulation, again, from train station to my community hub, and the existing land plot division and how my building footprint would insert in that. And just how I came with my core ring form. So started out with a flexible social space, then I've mapped out a area of like basic amenities like offices, examination rooms, food storage into that flexible social space, then got a 5-meter wide core that would then be divided into 5x5 core units. And then you wrap all that around my flexible social space to provide a safe and secure space for the people of the community. And just some how I came about to my final building a community hub. started out with the fixed core ring placed onto my site, then assessing the existing building, and so that punctures the ring and creates a new form. Then looking at the existing vegetation, and so that would be my courtyard, and then adding additional courtyards that could be for water catchment, and then placing columns on the 5x5 grid and selecting a few that would be my water catchment columns, and then the others would be the additional supporting columns. And then elevate the columns that are on the inner perimeter wall of the ring to get access for light to get to enter the social space in the middle. Then adding on my structural umbrella grid, the roof. And then because of the courtyards you want to open, you get these odd shaped overhang roofs. And so in the middle for the courtyard, it would retain water, and the odd ones on the perimeter would spit water outside. So getting into my proposed building, I'll get onto my program catalog of the 4 programs I have. So starting out with health, I made it so that it's near the major road just for easy access. For easy access. And then zoomed in, so you've got a few examination rooms, some bigger specialist rooms that could be interconnected, and two main entrances that could be accessed for the health program. Then onto my civic administration, it would be on the other side, still along the major road, but then there's another access entry point near the parking lot for those who work here. Again, you've got a series of meeting rooms, service counters, onto my shops, stores, and restaurants that would happen along right next to the major road. So just this is a continuation of the already existing commercial footprint that happens along the major road. A series of shops, restaurants, and a grocery store. Accessed again from the 2 ends, right at the major road. And then you've got education in the back. In the back, just because it's a more safer place, just because in the back of the building, that's more of the residential area, so that kids can just be allowed to freely play on the playground and without any obstruction with the traffic, cars, and all on the major road. Again, a series of different types of classrooms that could be expanded onto a bigger classroom as well. And then you get onto those corners. So the corners are made of 4 5x5 squares. And so half would be dedicated to the entrance. 1.5 would be for a staff lounge that could be directly accessed from the entrance point. And then you've got 1.5 5x5 square that would be a public restroom that could be accessed from the public and also directly from the staff lounge area. Then you've got the odd shapes just because of the 45 corners, and that could be a multi-purpose room that could be used for anything. And then during the weekday, you can't really see, but the flexible social space could be divided into smaller areas that could either be a continuation of the different programs, like health that could become a vaccination area, and so on. During the weekend, it could be one big social space, like a market happening inside, with food stalls happening along the courtyards. It's the quick section from pedestrian path that I'm proposing and the residential area. Just a quick would occur, can't really see it again, but yeah, again, from the umbrella columns into the ground, and then you've got these elevated columns that would create access to light, and then cool air enters from the doors, and then it could escape from the operable windows at the top. Another section through one of the courtyards, and then how the courtyards could become a water pond collection. And you see those overhangs that could protect them and create shade for the users inside. And finally, just a axonometric of my proposed community hub.
Thank you.
I guess what is happening on this side?
Yeah,
it was there, no, that's existing, and it's like already like a water coming from paper or there for so like existing, and I mean this probably happening to the well around the buildings, so that they can have already.
So your site is really just that, like site keep everything that's existing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Squeezed.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? Did I miss this? Where did the 5x5 come from?
That's just the that's
just
like the
your convention.
Yeah.
So in terms of the presentation, the way that you set everything up, like I bought the fact that, you know, there's a pinch and they in this kind of two modes of transportation, right? Like for like the bus line and the train, both kind of close to one another. And I'm like, I bought it, like, yes, that's fine. So I do believe it in terms of access, in terms of, you know, trying to repurpose kind of an empty lot. And I guess, you know, as you were showing some of these views, what it reminded me of, and I don't like to like throw a lot of building references when I'm reviewing, but I presented the example parties, right? Like, and it really feels like that kind of center for leisure, right? Like that idea that this is a kind of a program space. I do question though whether you know the 5x5 grid is something that fully responds to the program, right? Like you have this kind of 4, technically 5, because the 5 will be the corners with your kind of bathroom spaces. But 4 sections that even though the requirements are quite different, the space is technically the same. With the exception of like the diagonal part a little longer. So I do question whether that's the right approach, you know, in terms of like, it seems that there could have been a little more variation in perhaps the size of those rooms. And, it is kind of weird to think that you're in a public space and you're immediately going to like a, you know, doctor's office or like that, you know, like there's no buffer in between, like it's a little weird. So those are the moments that for me, like when I begin to question the grid is actually helping. The second comment in terms of that, I think is initially I read this as a second floor structure for some reason. Like I thought that those columns were actually going down to the floor in order to think the structure. so that those courtyards actually become holes and like, you know what I mean? Like, so you kind of don't mess too much with the existing landscape. But it's, if that's not the case, I think that it's still fine. I for some reason thought the courtyards were how you go out, because my question was, how do you get in? And I'm still a little confused as to how. Yes.
So there's
just those double doors, basically.
Yeah.
The double doors.
But you could imagine that those aren't doors at all, that those are verandas, and you can close them off at night for security, but otherwise they're just passages. You can come.
And I think that, even graphically, that those, for me, those are the moments where you break the grid, where you really emphasize that, hey, this is how you get in these offices. Right? I think that there's some hints where you can try to do that, because those walls,
Yeah.
so you could do like those columns that are meant to bring people in.
I think what may explain it better, actually, if I may just step in for a second. In India, I think one of the things we spoke about, that when our students see images of public space or public place, they're usually derelict. And there's this culture, like you can walk down the street, you can walk down St. Charles and you see Audubon Park, and there's no fence, there's no gate, there's no door, but the park is well maintained, it's clean, no one's throwing trash. In India, typically, especially more in impoverished places or places near roads, if the space is not somehow defensible, then the space becomes very quickly incapable of maintenance. So I think that was what your starting point was, to really start to create a protected community space that would be safe, clean, secure. But I think, yeah, maybe those double doors are.
Right. It seems that you could be more inviting than just a double door, right? Like just that idea, perhaps it is still defensible. It is sort of like a foldable metal, partition that you can open and close, or more of an architectural statement, like, hey, this is how it is, right? Like there's a moment where, as I said, you break the grid, or you create more of a it is more legible in parts. The fact that they matching is, also kind of makes it.
One other thing, I mean, not
We bring is effort. How we bring it.
Right. That kind of creates a threshold between credit and economics.
I think one other thing that, first of all, I really appreciate the perspective use, because even though they're relatively governmental, I think what they're telling me is that the choice of scale of the building is really correct. And that's a very difficult thing to pull off. So I really feel like, and I wish they were bigger, blown up, because they're actually very powerful. What they're suggesting, which is interesting, that it has not occurred to me in all these earlier moments of seeing a project. And this actually might strengthen the 5x5 grid argument. What would happen if you actually push the program bar in one module on all sides? In other words, it's a hot climate. People are entering the building from all different sides, but by enclosing the entire armature of mass in a veranda would actually give you an automatic kind of circulation. So right now, instead of entering a doctor's office directly from a door, imagine that this is all an overhang. So this comes into this bar, this comes into this bar, just something that allows, because, when you design something in India for 50 people, typically 500 people start using it the next day. There's such a scarcity of infrastructure. And that gives you that spill out space. That gives you a little bit of buffer, protection from the sun, protection from. Yeah, no, sure. But I'm just saying that actually, like, really exaggerating that, because that's the suggestion that your perspectives are giving, that there's a very generous threshold between the road and the veranda and then the building, or the building and the side street.
So the veranda on the exterior or the interior of your courtyard? Exterior. Okay. I like that because I and in these bars there was some sense of community for each of those clusters. Like this is the school cluster, this is the hospital cluster, the clinic cluster, this is the civic cluster. Some way of giving identity, civic identity to each of those.
Then you have tried by these overhangs, not that are like big spaces of entrance to the different pieces of the program, no? And then the placement of the courtyard is trying to generate also this cluster, no? But then you have
I think the roof is very powerful in your diagram, but somehow in the representation, it doesn't, because it's actually doing a lot. It's collecting the water, it's probably got solar panels, it's giving you all the shade, it's defining areas. The other thing, Belinda, that maybe might exaggerate or amplify some of the power of the courtyard spaces. Like, do you really need these columns? Do you need these areas to support the structure? Like, are those moments where you're like breathing free of the 5x5 grid and you're letting those spaces really collect the rain, or the tree canopy be the roof instead? I think that could also be another way to highlight what Carol is looking for, is what are the markers that distinguish the different types of functions that are being assimilated in the world. Well, but they're there. You have better eyes than I do.
I don't see that. One thing of the model that was in your reflection is that this is an example of program that tomorrow someone can say, we don't need so much of help. We need some offices for something else. We have to find a way which many programs can be here. You cannot change the maintenance of a program that may disappear with the construction. And the 5x5 is kind of easy structurally because
and are very
material. And you can even go the other exercise of saying, okay, if a 5x5 requires this size of the structure, like this, my structure, even you save about 30% of the structure because of that roof.
Yeah, it feels to me like a school building. Like it's like a series of classrooms that are, just in the perimeter, but yet the structure is everywhere, right? Like the roof is the same. It's a matter where you are, so you can imagine that as they need more space, they can begin to construct more boxes in this kind of interior spaces, right? Like, so I do wonder if there's a little more resolution or the opportunity to separate the two and say, because, when I look at that and I look at the top one, there is a big issue of like, how does the box meet that? Like I feel that was where the project is very resolved. It's like, like does that have two roots? So like what is happening in that one? So I do wonder if it is two systems where like you have an umbrella that is all expanding, it's kind of providing all the resources and infrastructure, water collection, solar panels, everything that you need to save, right? It's there. And then there's another architectural system for how these modules actually work. So that they can be replicated, so they can be self-contained, and I do wonder, like, these are the moments that I want to like what is happening.
I'm going to digress a little bit, but I think what I enjoy is that you can also make the argument that in a place where most public public construction projects are characterized by corruption and graft, and the easiest way to do that is to fade the bill of quantity, how many bricks were used, how much concrete we used, blah, blah, blah. I think what you've done is actually reduced it to where the corruption would be minimal. Like, okay, you need to have 400 steel members, all identical. What is the market rate? Oh, it's $1,000 per cubic meter. Okay, so I think that the kind of stripping away in a way of excess of any sort and really being reductive to say, okay, what do these contexts really require? That can then be amenable to, hey, I want to infill a brick wall. Sure, go ahead. Or is now he's saying instead of 5 by 5, they need 5 by 10. So one wall can just be moved or split down and take away another zone. But I think that elemental understanding of really what is my kiloparts? Can it really work with this kiloparts? Can it actually reduce the complexity so that both the literacy of the construction labor that typically builds these buildings, the kind of ethics of the construction can be brought into focus. Those are very important points, actually. We don't usually talk about them in architecture school. The last comment I just want to add, I think you can now become more adventurous with your section, especially the ground plane line. Like, I'm not necessarily commenting on the roof at all, but that straight line in that context section is all one level. And you know that that may or may not work. For instance, lifting the bar up by 300 millimeters means you might have a kind of relationship with the courtyard so that when it rains, the water is not streaming in, that it's actually harnessed in a different way. So you're doing little things, or the animals that walk around outside, just that those 2 steps mean that maybe the cow doesn't climb the steps and it stays on the plinth outside. So those are subtleties of your narrative that can be added to.
Yeah, I think having 2 different rooms, one for the actual interior, like based on the separate one for the fixed floor, then I think it just makes more sense to have this one.
No, I think the roof makes sense. I'm talking about the plinth, the ground.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to tell, but it looks like the parking lot is the same level as the interior of your building, which is probably not like even just for basic drainage.
Actually, I wonder if it would make sense to find a system of double roofs that is cheap and simple, even having a kind of textile in the buildings, letting the ventilation go between the textile and the metal roof, for instance. Because we can imagine that the roofs are going to be a thin.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough panel, the 50 millimeters thick with insulation and 2 sheets of that. But but the easiest way, and it's a good point you're making, the easiest way that's now starting to happen is there's so much money in solar energy because electricity in India is very expensive. So now what people are doing when they design these structures, whether it's in concrete or steel, they're automatically assuming that 1 meter above the roof is the solar panel. So the solar panel is 2 things. One, it's shading the roof from heat gain, but 2, it's actually building like this, pretty much supporting both the electric needs. But that was going to be my question, is really that is the canopy, because you set up the armature, what is the materiality?
Yeah, I wanted to see an axon of just one umbrella, like one column, one umbrella, how the floor hits, hard to say what kind of support you have at the bottom. Essentially, most important, how does the building connect?
Thank you. Almost done. Almost done. Is this your last? Is this your last?
Oh.
For tonight, we are done, but.
It's just this year that they like kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're.
All right, thank you. All right, well, thank y'all. I mean, a lot of you know me already, Sean. Last, probably least, but excited nonetheless. So we've already talked about the peri-urban perimeter of Jaipur and the fact that there's estimated another 500,000 people coming to the city of Jaipur just in the next 4 or 5 years. It's the 2025 projection, which was set quite a few years ago. But that a lot of that growth is happening to the west and to the south. In these zones, the areas between the traditional urban portion of Jaipur and the rural agricultural lands. These were formerly more rural and agricultural lands, but the expansion is beginning to threaten that. As you can see here, the medium green, and that really tracks along the main roads, railroads, and routes of the city as urban expansion tends to happen. Oh, sorry. So having taken a look at what that does to the land, we already know from conversation earlier today how dire the water crisis is in Jaipur. And so beginning to take a look around the urban and peri-urban areas, what water infrastructure is available, where are there gaps in that, and particularly to the west, both north and south of these lines where there aren't drains or rivers or streams or intermittent creeks. Taking a look also at previous research done by Tulane and UVA into the depths down to the water table. Tube wells, bore wells are a major way that water is gained for the city, both through the municipality and also illegal tube wells and bore wells, and that drains and depletes the water table. You can see that to the northwest and the southwest, particularly, and then right in the heart of the old city, the groundwater is particularly low, which just further strains and stresses the water system in Jaipur. Currently, there is a deficit of water demand, and this is not just a graph, this is also the footprint of how much rainfall in a year is required to make up this water. The majority of the water is coming from the Bielsa Dam, more than 100 kilometers to the southwest. The remaining portion is made up by those tube and bore wells, which are smaller structures. And then there's close to 31 million cubic meters a year or 87 million liters a day of deficit currently. These are the 2018 numbers, which means, there's close to a fifth of the water needs of Jaipur in 2018 were just not being met, or were being met from other sources. So that's the spatialization of that deficit down in the portion of the city that it appears that there's not the water infrastructure, there's not the water resources. So that's the amount of land that rain would be required to fall on over a year in order to make up the current water deficit, or the projected future water deficit. And then taking a look, same thing, at the impervious surfaces of Jaipur. And again, the majority of the impervious surfaces and the runoff are coming from the western half of the city. And so building on, and that majority is running down to rivers and streams to the south and the southwest. And so building on where there are needs for water, where there is not runoff being intercepted by the existing rivers and drains that other members of the studio have already looked at and taken and talked about. Again, also looking at the lands that are available around this portion of the city, the vacant lands, the fallow lands, trying to see if there was some way to line up places where the water needs were the greatest with places where land can be saved from this relentless urban expansion, and find a way to align all of these present challenges of growth and increased population density for Jaipur, which led to looking at this place here along one of the major highways and the Jaipur Ring Road, just as a case study for a larger potential series of interventions for Jaipur. So starting off as a studio, we had a number of goals, which we've already talked about. We also referred back to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, particularly providing clean water, providing resilient infrastructure, sustainable cities, addressing the climate, and then managing green space and stopping the degradation of land. So being able to incorporate a number of these elements along with addressing the growing population and the water crisis. So this is what the land around the potential test case, the potential case study site looks like. It's a mix of, to the north, a small township called Bakrata, and then a fringe of agricultural, commercial, industrial, and residential lands and neighborhoods as well. Taking a look at what the texture and fabric of that is, there's just a massive fall off in density as you go to the west and to the Jaipur Ring Road, especially from that northern township. It picks up again further to the south of the site. This is one of the least dense portions of this target area was found. And then starting off, took a look at what the plots of land looked like here, what the shapes of those were, whether they were vacant, agricultural, if they had buildings on them, and tried to find if there was some way to knit particularly the vacant lands together with some of the agricultural lands to preserve these green and ecological spaces, but also find a way to create a larger group of lands. And particularly because one of our goals for the studio was not to displace people, particularly without removing any, or with removing as few buildings and residences as possible. And so taking a look at those spaces, I was able to find a small group of lands which both didn't have, which either both were underdeveloped, didn't have inhabited structures on them, or a very minimum number of residences, and then just light little Quonset hut or agricultural style buildings. Collecting those lands and minimizing the amount of demolition, removal, or displacement that needs to be done in order to create a space that is going to give back to the community in more ways than that. And so collecting those parcels and those spaces together really becomes a program of three elements: creating enough grade and topography to collect and re-infiltrate and provide water and groundwater for the community, moving that earth in order to create privacy and protection for these green spaces, and then connecting, or for these reservoirs and water collection, and then connecting all of it through with public spaces and public access to hopefully try and start redefining the public and the residents' relationship with the water in their community, while also providing this very technical, very performative sort of service with the land and with the space. And so, first of all, carving these larger holes out of the topography. The topography already fell in the right direction to carry water away from the city and right through this site. One of the goals was not to extend any further outside of these individual plots, really bounding everything by the edges and the sections of the pieces of land, but also making sure that the water which did cross over this site was funneled into the right and the correct place. So that was a not relatively simple, but a straightforward operation of cutting and filling with the land, but then looking really technically at the performance was wanted out of the land, and coming down to a diagram of really 3 different types of slopes. A steep slope that moves water away from a place quickly, a more shallow slope, which can be inhabited and engaged in something that people can use, and then an intermediate slope, which moves water to where it needs to, it keeps it where it needs to be, but it's not the sharper, steeper sort of slope, which defined and described how the topography for the whole site came together. And then that formed these reservoirs, these pools where the water could collect both from the natural topography, but then also from water that was flowing away from the site, and then also the runoff from the zones that were close to 80–85% impervious just to the north and the east of this site as well. And taking a look generally at both the area of this site and also the area of runoff that just would be funneled by the natural topography, it comes close to a potential of 51.8 million liters a day, or 18.9 million cubic meters a year, just with the average Jaipur rainfall, which works out liberally to just under 59% of the current water supply deficit. Obviously, with the actual performance of water infiltration, it's going to be less than that, but that's 2.5 square kilometer site. And so there's a potential to repeat and use this case study to apply similar rules elsewhere in the city. The public spaces, however, become just as important as the performance of the site, providing gathering spaces, collecting people in the space, providing an amenity to the surrounding neighborhoods, especially since there are at least some people who need to be displaced, but then also providing a way for people to relate to, enjoy, and feel ownership of this community resource and this technical and performance space as well, while providing a number of entries, not just off the main road to the east or the major local road to the east, but also off of some of these smaller neighborhood streets where there are still people and residences living, and then adding to the berms and hills created by the topography by wrapping the other side of these reservoirs and water catchment spaces with vegetation and foresting to provide a second layer of privacy and protection and security for the space, and then just enlarged and zoomed in a little, taking a look at those same series of entries and the way that the berms and the water collection and the topography all start to work together. The way that the canal, the channel north-south down the site provides not just a separation between the two halves of the park, but it also a connection and allows further collection of water, not just from inside the site footprint, but also from outer edges where water starts flowing into the site but might miss the water collection, the reservoirs. And then the way that canal begins to become also a boulevard, providing a public space where during the drier months, people can walk across the full sloped width of it with shade along the upper portions and a wider walkway and stream bed toward the lower portion, but then during the monsoon that fills up, and instead you've got two narrow paths flanking a wider canal that helps move the water through the site. And again, with the connection of both the public spaces and the trails through the forests and around the reservoirs, and the way that those connect the entries to the park and focus on the axis of the canal through the site. And then finally, the way that all of these elements layer together, making sure that what is both a communal public space, a technical performative space, and an ecological and protective space all work together, trying to address both the water crisis of Jaipur and also the continued lack of green space, especially on the peri-urban edges, and the continued reduction of vegetation in the city as urban expansion continues. Sorry, I know that was a couple minutes over, sorry.
That's great. That was perfect. Honestly, amazing.
Adding that actually really makes it feel not sarcastic at all.
It's great. I do I kind of do buy the concept, you know, the kind of ideas that you do in. I am missing a section. There's a section for the whole site. I want to see how powerful this is, right? Because I think that there is my initial instinct and my kind of reaction to it is at a scale that is hard to replicate, right? Because of how much soil, how much land you're actually developing, and it is a strategy for like how do you you know, create this kind of collection pond for water, and then have, you know, agriculture and water collection kind of but it's massive. I mean, like it's good that you showed this because that's like, you know, 0.5 kilometers. So this is 3 kilometers for one. You know, I want to see how many tractors it takes to actually get that done, right? Like, you know, it's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the ambition of the project is so massive.
Yeah, I mean, it's like an earthworks project.
It is. It's
not
huge. It is. It is. It's definitely like, you know, what was it, the ground artist, but it is huge, and I do wonder if it is a question of scale, where I understand that you like the need for it to kind of cost attention, right? You understand what this is, and people can see it. I mean, you can see this probably from outer space, like it's so big, probably exaggerating, but it's massive. So I do wonder if there is a component in which these can be, you know, made by and replicated by people, rather than like this would require construction companies and, you know, big government funding and stuff like that to actually happen. And is there a model for how to replicate a similar system, you know, at a kind of you know, at the scale of like, you know, this area, so like that a small kind of community or neighborhood can really take advantage of it. I don't know.
Yes, no, absolutely. That was definitely something that I was thinking about when we were discussing during the process. That's where the idea of taking the individual plots of land and using that as a found sort of grid, a found sort of textile for the land was, because then the same ideas, the same rules of privileging vacant agricultural land, not displacing it except where absolutely necessary, can be applied really to anywhere around the city, any place there's the grid, and there is the availability of runoff and groundwater recharge at varying scales. Obviously, it's going to perform and infiltrate and provide less water at a smaller scale, but it's something that can be applied. It's something that's not, like you said, a massive earthworks project.
There's like half a millennium of precedent for this project. I mean, Indians started making giant earthworks projects with stone in the 14th and 15th centuries. If you go 50 kilometers outside of Ahmedabad, you see Adalat that breaks that step, but you see Sarkar Rosa, you see, just between Delhi and Jaipur, you see Kishangarh, which is the most incredible quarrying of these sandstone steps to collect water. So I think there's a cultural rootedness for what you're proposing that has actually been directly linked to an ecological rootedness. I mean, that cultural rootedness has meant that people have formed communities around the sustenance of civilization with water, the management of water, the distribution of water in a way where the tragedy of the commons didn't take place for 500 years. It only took place in the last 50 years, post-independence, post-colonial rule. So I think that's one. The only other quick thing, sorry to interrupt, Manuel, I just want to add, is there's a whole host of other benefits that you're not even talking about, and I wish you would, because what you're doing when you do this is you restore the habitat for local bird life. You restore the habitat for local plant life, because there was a time when this was all forested land. I know that was half a century or 3/4 of a century ago, but by restoring the water systems, you're setting the stage for the restoration of other ecological systems that are really essential. And then finally, the urban, yes, your project is outside the intense core urban area, unlike some of your classmates, but what you're also doing is you're setting up a system in place for those 4 million people who live in the heart of Jaipur to be able to come, the school children to come and say, okay, this is the template, and we need 20 more of these actually. And this is how we're going to buffer our city from desertification. This is how we're going to protect the city and sustain it for the next 500 years. So anyway, I'll stop there because I think what you've set is the foundation stone for a whole host of other urban operations to happen over a long span of time.
It was interesting because we had this debate of the scale very intensively a couple of months ago. And you were much higher. You were taking like things. Doing the numbers, it was like, okay, this is like a ring here. This is not going to solve anything.
Right, you need
So
hundreds, if not
because you
thousands.
were showing us that, those drawings, and you were showing this is the amount of land that is needed to infiltrate, to receive water and infiltrate, and say, okay, if we have to do that with our size thing, it's going to be a mess. So it was an interesting debate in hard numbers, and then the idea of a kind of network of territorial parks, no? Which are brutal. But actually, what you were saying, I now remember next to Maheshwar, this beautiful.
Mandu. Yeah.
I
It's
was-
all about water collection.
I was there, it was like, how is this crater on top of the mountain happen? It's like, oh no, it was built.
And
there are
now-
no craters in the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And it was a giant. It's really interesting.
No, but it's also kind of a comment on our spiritual and our cerebral states that we wouldn't think twice if you said, oh, I'm taking this 2.5 square kilometer area, and we're building a new airfield, we're building a new airport for Jaipur. It's like, we wouldn't think twice. But when the minute you say, well, I'm taking 2.5 square kilometers to collect water for the city to survive another 50 years, you're like, oh my God, is that too much land? How do you get it? It's like, it's also a kind of comment on how far we are from being tethered to what it takes to sustain us.
So I realized, yeah, this is like kilometer distance or something. But, it's hard not to think about this also as a sort of ceremonial site, right? This recovery of ecology. So I just wonder, given this place and this site, would you think about connecting these in some in some, I don't know, ideological fashion, so that they're, these two sites have some kind of relationship to each other. That's a very sort of artistic, impressionistic response, but that's what it makes me think.
I mean, I was thinking of this as one connected site with this canal, this channel that runs down the site being sort of a major access Monday for to connect both of the places where there was enough grade, and enough earth, and enough combined land to make these large reservoirs that were necessary to do the sort of technical and performative operations, while also creating a function and a feature for the community.
So I'd love to see that, that shot drawn in section. Imagine, I think that would be really powerful.
I think Carol is completely true, because this is a great review that we are having here. Because you have been struggling in the jumping into the design of this, your science has been impeccable, but the drawing of that. I think that's what Carol is suggesting, is what are now the narratives for inhabiting this place. So that now you need the narratives to go to the next level of scale. What Emmanuel was asking you, show me the entire section, so I see what happens. I see what is the scale of the people in relation to the ground, the trees. So, my goodness, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah. Really
So what is this next step in which you actually get to the scale of the human, the tree, the movement, and all that? And you need, because of the size of this, you need a narrative. This memory, ceremonial scale that you have said.
Yeah, it's like Monte Alban and Mitla and Oaxaca or something. You have these giant kind of culturally loaded places that were performing certain roles at one point. But I mean, same way here. I mean, and also this is a context where the commemoration of contemporary culture doesn't happen in landscape and architecture. It happens in the form of statuary to political leaders and stuff. But that was not ever the case. In our entire century, I mean, an entire kind of history of Indian civilization is recorded in the kind of public amenities that were done on the orders of the rulers of the states for the people. And you're also tapping into that value system. Like, this is really for the people. You don't have to be embarrassed by it at all.
Because I struggle, because you are out of your comfort zone, because you are not a landscape architect. You have forced yourself into this landscape and territorial thinking, which I think is very, very successful.
Okay, and I just tried to follow the research that we're doing. I saw the sort of scale of the water and scale of vacant lands. Here. So,
It's like Teotihuacan, right? It's the pyramid of the sun, it's the pyramid of the moon. Reverse. That's what it takes me into spiritually.
Yeah, but it will happen in the moment that you have this section. And what happens? How people occupy, what is in front of these people? We have things inside the bottom of that have merged. And you are doing this, it has to be the entire flat thing, or can you begin to create micro topographies there? How the water is going to come in? You're gonna need like a giant cone of this, or suddenly you're gonna emerge a grid of small islands. There's so much room here to just design the space and the perception of the people that is just, you have just opened the door.
I think if you were going to take this as a thesis project or continue working on it in another avatar, the one piece I would encourage you to think about is this axis mundi that dies and ends kind of into nowhere. Because in a way, you're making a spectacle. It's an ecological or a kind of infrastructural spectacle, and you want people to see it, right? Why are they going to build 10 more of these? Because people in power will say, oh, that makes me look really good, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to bring people. You're going to bring school kids, you're going to bring people coming on the weekends. So how do they arrive? how do they take this procession? How do they experience this new resurrection of their ecological landscape? And I think that's another, because right now I feel like that's the piece that's completely not being talked about, is the interface between this and the city of Jaipur's inhabitants.
That's what I was gonna ask, like what defines that boundary? Because it seems, I mean, to the extent that architecture, you know, design is very arbitrary in many senses, but it looks arbitrary, right? And you can make an argument that it is because trying to minimize the you know, the demolition of existing structures and things like that. But the reason why I said I had an issue with the scale, and it didn't, like, I think that, as I said, it probably needs to be big for it to make a statement, right? So I appreciate that, but I do wonder, like, what's happening? Why not have another one here? Why not have another one here, another one here, another one there, another one here? You know, like, I want to see this whole thing filled, right, with this.
But on this, the catchment areas, I mean, I'm sorry, but because you're using the surface area to harvest water, and then funnel it into these reservoirs.
I mean, that's the idea, the goal, and these other spaces are public and communal spaces or forests outside of when there is rain, because at least in our research, there's 8-9 months of the year that there isn't sort of rain that's going to fill one of these things to at most just a little bit. So the idea of the rest of the space also being able to be both funneling water to the reservoirs and also the communal public spaces, parks, regenerative agriculture, where people can use the space throughout the year.
So hold on, you're saying that this area here is filling this up, and this area here is filling this up? That I don't know why.
No, that is adding to filling it up, but also the runoff from the surrounding area is filling up, but it's helping funnel down the terrain here into the reservoir and funnel down the terrain here into the reservoir. So it's providing.
So is that channel becoming kind of a distribution, like a system where, like, you regulate the amount of water that goes into one and divert the rest to the bottom? Like,
Hadn't thought of it that way. It was more both of providing connection through and also helping catch the water that would come through the site and mix either of the reservoirs, because of the rule initially set that minimize both the terrain operations and also the impact on the making sure there's a way to sort of
right, I think that, you know, moments like that is when it becomes kind of tricky. Like, it seems that it's kind of an embankment, like I see kind of walls happening. I don't know if it's actually meeting the purpose, right? Like, understanding that this is a dam in a watershed, right? Like, so the understanding that this, the ecological footprint of this is much greater than this, right? We've talked about that.
Yeah.
And the understanding that there's water flowing down this hill and that eventually needs to make it for me, it's like, you know, I think that it perhaps requires a rethinking of, like, why is this so kind of small? Why is it not connected?
Yeah.
Why doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
Branch out? Why, right? Like, why? Like, that is kind of the thing that is funneling this. So, if you're just going to have two catchment locations, then you need to kind of really open this thing up to really understand what the hill is doing. Because we have talked about, you know, in our site strategies about, like, water going this way, right? Like, you can see those peaks. This is not going in. This is going this way. You know, like, so you're losing a lot of water already. So, like, part of the strategy for me requires also understanding how the water is getting used. But yeah, no, I think that, you know, it is drastic, and I think that the beauty of it is exactly that. Or, a lot.
I have put that image there because this week we were having big floods in Zaragoza when we did the water park and in Pamplona we were outside park and all. So we were watching all the peak on that and seeing how we use the system. But what I wanted to show you is that we have always floods in my city and all that. It's the main show of the city. So every time there's a flood, everyone goes to the bridges to see the flood. I'm just putting this so you imagine that the moment of the storm, the moment of the monsoon, maybe you cannot travel far away, but people that will come here to see the spectacle, the show of the water showing up, the nature showing up. You can imagine this canal that as Manuel was saying, you have been thinking about maybe that kind of territorial system of small beaches, but are going to be collecting things to go beyond that. No? And this canal with our natural outlet here, this outlet there, and this is not designed because this is going to be a disaster. Right. And once here, it's going to be a whole year, and it's going to destroy all this as well. Total disaster. Not in minute one. But if you design that, you design how this water arrives, how this water falls, where does it fall, so it doesn't mess up everything. No? This is like, wow, shut up the TV. This is Netflix. You are thinking Netflix when nature shows up. When nature shows up, we go to see nature. Look, all the people that are there, just watching the river going like crazy. That's the most amazing thing. No? And you can see the same in places in the sea, no? And seafront that are brave and all that. No? Nature showing up is like, who beats nature? Yeah. So I think that's why I mean, you have now the scheme, the framework to actually get into the design of these things. So what Frank was suggesting is like a framework of a thesis, because it's well funded. I think you have done the maths. Yeah, that's really no better excuse.
But it just needs, like you said, to be developed, to be shown, to be sectioned, the actual uses and functions and the way people engage with the spaces. Actually needs to be developed.
The ecologies of the place and why you have forest areas, why you have agricultural areas. We have a matrix in between, so there's continuity of the forest matrix through the agricultural pieces, because there are small corridors. All the micro topographies of it, the micro movement of water. Because yeah, sure, I believe what you're saying, that water is going to go in that direction. Yeah, sure. Like that by themselves, but yes, right? You are the designer, you decide that. No? Right. It's not like, you do that, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Well, I was thinking like a few minutes. Thank you so much for the reviewers to come, the students to stay. Break the session. Have we make some final comments or any questions about the session?
I just want to start before the floor to Manuel to say that this studio, Pankaj and I have been helping Andrea, but Andrea has been yes, our source of brains.
About the pause. I think in next studio I'm not going to say everything. Thank you so much. It's great.
Carol, you have seen this studio before.
I have to get up so I can hear.
You have seen these previous iterations of this studio, so you have kind of perspective.
First year, this year, I missed last year for some reason.
last year that we were in Delhi.
Oh, you were in
Yeah.
Delhi, okay.
The
So,
previous
yeah,
year
this
we
is-
were in
Right,
Jaipur.
right. So, yeah, I guess it's just incredible. I mean, I just sit here, I'm just gonna say happy things. I just sit here and I, think I want to go there. I want to see, what this city has to offer. What its problems. I just want to immerse myself in this place after, I've watched the productions of these studios. This time I really loved, I loved the, I don't know, it seemed like there was maybe more particular attention to smaller issues, and that you described it in the beginning as smaller catalytic projects, and of course, Sean. Off this galactic search for, something else. But, so I really appreciate that, that drilling down into, just what can we do at the level of very particular approaches. I just think you've worked hard, and I appreciate seeing everything.
Yeah, likewise, I think that it is, there's a lot to say in the kind of modest and kind of petite, like, interventions. And like, the projects have been extremely thoughtful in that sense of, like, really getting into the grains of, like, what happens at the street level, what happens at, like, the alley level. Like, it's like a lot of kind of granularity in the projects that I think is quite amazing. But I want to, kind of just bring a point back to, like, what Iñaki was saying in terms of there being a thesis. I see a thesis in every single one. In some of them, I see even 3 theses kind of happen at once. And it's quite remarkable, right? Like, there's a lot of analysis and criticality in every single project. And I think that you should keep that in mind. I don't know, like, if you abandon the project and then kind of stop now, or if you just, keep it in the back of your head if you do move to do a thesis. I think there are some fantastic ideas in here that you can definitely explore and push forward. I saw the review at the midterm, and I am impressed. This is amazing. It's amazing to see all the work that all you have produced, and very kind of well resolved proposals. I might sound a little nitpicky when I get to reviewing, but yeah, they're all fantastic. So I think you did a pretty great job. Congrats.
I think they all display a real sensitivity to the place, to the issues. I think you could be proud to present these to the place, to the community, because they're very carefully articulated with a gentleness that I just really appreciate.
I think the other thing that's so remarkable and reassuring every time we end the semester with this project, because like I said, it's the 10th one, is I feel that more and more your generation of architects and landscape architects will be dealing with remediation, with the repair of our ecologies in our cities and our amenities. And I think the drilling down that you're doing this semester, the focus on research, the focus on really carefully, or as Carol was saying, sensitively, really absorbing the information, getting down to the data like Sean has, or many of you have, and then proposing how to repair the systems of sewage or sanitation or water supply infrastructure or ecology. These are lessons that can be used across at least 3 or 4 continents. There are so many places now that are desperate for architects to take leadership roles here. So I think it's also preparing you for a lifetime of struggle with heroic projects that nobody else has really started doing so far. And you guys have to be very well prepared to be part of those teams. because they're team projects. Thank you for trusting us and taking this to people.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Could I just make a promotional announcement? I'm teaching a Latin American urbanism seminar in the spring. Any of you are interested, I'd love to have you. It's wide ranging over sort of images of Latin American cities historically, politically, literarily, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, come join me if you can. I'd love that.
We will, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed. Well, I think that's for the waiver. But that's okay. Yeah, this is becoming great. I think this is my last studio in a while. I'm gonna take a break because I'm about to die here, so we'll see. But again, we will share these findings with the group that Frank was leading at BBA as well, no? And vice versa. So we will see better. It's always difficult when everyone is in production to send things like that. Makes sense. So we'll collect all this information, we'll share, and we are now, our task is to prepare the second book. That book. We are glad of having this robust
I want to thank you, and before President don't leave, we can leave a minute.
Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
We're just gonna wheel each other out, you know.
Yeah. Just off. I don't know where the chairs are.
Okay.
Taking around the table within here, but we need to.
Thanks again.
take it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
No, there is. There's a road.
No, there were like, okay, so that's why I people really take this down.
We should take them down.
Yeah, yeah, so we have, and then I have made the folder in terms of your folder.
As there's
Before Sunday, so we have put the drawings, I'm sure. So it's important, all the drawings, all the board, the board, all the drawings, okay, so make sure that you put the PDF and the. No, I was saying that I can make a folder in each of your personal folders, whatever you have with your presentation, your final board, all your drawings, with the details, so it's final, illustrator, to make sure that we have all the drawings, and it's mandatory for the grading, so everybody has to do it before Sunday. And then I wanted to ask you, okay, with this, with later, yeah, maybe we should take a picture, I think, with all of us. Do you think it's fine?
Props.
No, yeah. What do you want the background to be? More words than that.
What?
Oh, let me get it back then.
No, wait, what are we doing?
That's fine.
Doing half.
No, no, it's
I'm really smiling so hard. Finally. Right. There we go. Okay, now can I see everybody? Yes.
We take the mask. out.
1, 2, 3. Oh, yes, please. Okay.
Let me breathe.
1, 2. Megan. Shift.
Which way to us? 8 down.
I know. I saw that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to check? Check and make sure.
Sorry, I'm
Where you from?
I think the dark circles in the back of my mouth. I'm
Okay.
like,
Yes.
smiling, and like, I know, I like was realizing I was staring blankly. I was like.
So we have canceled it because of the work on tonight.
I was so sad.
No, you did a perfect job of saying, are you crazy? In a very gentle way, it's like, I'm not sure I.
I didn't say any of this, you guys. No.
So we do as when we are back, okay?
Yes.
We all do one. Because we'll be coming this semester as well.
Next week's ones, yeah. so-
Yay!
Should we stop the Zoom?
Oh, yeah.